welcome everyone. We're going to go ahead and begin our meeting. To thank everyone for taking the time to join us here tonight as we have our CAC meeting where we will go over our proposed hunting season changes for Region 3. To begin with, we'll go through a round of introductions. We'll begin with introducing FWP staff, followed by introducing the CAC members. So I'll do a little roll call, and as I call your name, if you could unmute yourself and state your name and your position. That way the CAC and the listening public know who all from FWP is here. We'll begin with myself. My name is Marina Yoshioka. I'm the Region 3 Supervisor. Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll go next with Morgan.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Morgan Jacobson. I'm the Information Officer for Region 3.
Thanks, Morgan. Next up is Jeremiah.
Evening, everyone. My name is Jeremiah Smith, and I'm the Acting Regional Wildlife Manager.
Thank you, Jeremiah. We'll follow with Lori.
Oh, hello, everybody. Lori Haneska Brown. I'm actually a Helena Wildlife Division staff person, but I've been assisting with the acting manager duties in Region 3 since November.
Thank you, Lori. Up next is Dean.
Good evening. My name is Dean Walty. I'm the wildlife biologist in the Sheridan area.
Thank you, Dean. Next is Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie Cunningham, Bozeman Area Wildlife Biologist.
Thank you, Julie. Michael.
Hi, Michael Yarnall, area biologist for Livingston area.
Thank you, Michael. Vanna.
Good evening, everyone. This is Vanna Bakadori. I'm the wildlife biologist in Butte, America.
Thanks, Vanna. Up next is Jesse.
Jesse Newby, area wildlife biologist based out of Dillon.
Thanks, Jesse. Adam.
Adam Grove, I'm the area wildlife biologist in Townsend.
Thanks, Adam. Claire.
Good evening, everybody. Claire Gower. I'm a regional wildlife biologist and I'm based out of Bozeman.
Thank you, Claire. Do we have any other FWP staff that would like to introduce themselves? I'll give you a second to turn on your mics.
Hey, this is Jenny Sika. I'm the Helena Area Wildlife Biologist.
I'm so sorry I missed you, Jenny. I skipped you on the J's. My apologies. Thank you, Jenny.
Adam Pankratz, sporting captain.
Thank you, Adam. All right, I don't think I've missed anyone else. I do apologize for that. Before we move on to the CAC, I'd like to welcome and introduce Commissioner Pat Byorth.
Thanks, Marina. Good to be with you.
Thanks for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. And now I'll turn it over to our CAC Chair, Logan Miller.
Thanks, Marina. Hi, folks. Logan Miller here. Just going to do a quick rundown on roll call for the CAC. For those of you who don't know, the Citizens Advisory Committee, or CAC as we call it, is a group of volunteers throughout the administrative region. We're appointed based on our geographic location and come from various backgrounds and try to act as a conduit from the general public to the department. We meet quarterly, and so this is one of our quarterly meetings. So CAC members, I'll read your name here, and if you want to just unclick mute and briefly introduce yourself, I'll start. Again, my name is Logan Miller. I'm the Region 3 CAC Chair. I live in Dillon, Montana. We'll go here. Jared.
Jared Brown, and I've been on the CAC for, I think this is my third term. I'm in Three Forks, Montana.
Thanks, Jared. Cindy?
I'm Cindy Christopherson. I live just north of Townsend on Canyon Ferry Lake.
Thanks, Cindy. Jerry?
Jerry Davis, I'm out of the Helena area.
Thanks, Jerry. Jeremy?
Jeremy Fadness, live in Helena. This is my second term on the CAC.
Thanks, Jeremy. Michael?
Mike Hanson here, just north of Bozeman. I believe I'm on my second term.
Thanks, Mike. Mel, are you out there?
Yeah, I sure am. Mel Coder. I live southeast of Bozeman, and this is my second year on the CAC.
Thanks, Mel. Trevor?
Trevor Nichols. I live in Belgrade.
Excellent. Herman?
Yes, Herman Petey, first year CAC, and I live in Bozeman.
Thanks, Herman. Bill?
Bill Pratt. This is my first term and I live in Bozeman.
Thanks, Bill. John? John Salazar, are you on, John?
I don't believe John's going to make it tonight.
Okay.
He sent me an email earlier, so.
Okay, thanks, Morgan. Mark?
Mark Savinsky, it's my second term on the CAC, live outside of Luray, Montana, and I represent the Sheridan area on the CAC.
Thanks, Mark. Richard?
Hi, Richard Schwalbe, Big Sky, Montana. This is my first term. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Paul? Paul Sitaway? Paul must not be with us tonight. Myrtle? Are you there, Myrtle?
She's on tonight. Give her a second to unmute herself.
Okay.
Myrtle, are you there?
Everything you want, including the bride.
You there, Myrtle?
I am.
All right, we're just doing introductions.
Okay, well, do you want my introduction yet?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, I'm Myrtle Woosley and I'm from Wilsall and I think my third term as a panelist, and I like to hunt fish. We're ranchers. We run cattle and we have elk and we have a hunting camp on our ranch. I like to kayak and I love the fishing game meetings. They're fun. Thank you.
Thanks, Myrtle. Last is Joel.
Joel Worth here, out of Butte, new to the CAC.
Thanks, Joel. All right, I think that's everybody, Morgan.
Thanks, Logan.
All right. So now that everyone has introduced themselves and we know who is here at our presentation, I'd like to go over a brief overview of what we're going to go over tonight. So the purpose of this meeting here is this is an information session of the hunting proposals for Region 3. So as we go through our presentation, if you have any questions about the proposal that we're talking about, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom, and we will be taking questions as we go along with the presentation. Our presentation is very long, so that's why we're taking questions as we go through it. So for a brief overview of what we're going to go over, that way you can choose when you want to tune in and tune out if you aren't interested in listening to everything. We're going to be beginning with explaining the timeline of the process of this biennium season setting. We're going to follow that with how to make a public comment. We're going to go over our public meeting schedule. This is our last public meeting here in Region 3. We're going to follow that with a presentation on the deer and elk regulations by area. So each area biologist will speak about the proposals for their area. We're going to go in the order of Dillon, Bozeman, Livingston, Helena, Butte, Sheridan, Townsend. We're going to follow up deer and elk with antelope, moose, sheep, goat, lion, and then our statewide proposals, which include elk, black bear, mountain lion, and upland game bird. At the end of all of that, and once we've answered all of your questions, we're going to turn it over to the CAC for important updates, and then we will adjourn. So without further ado, let's begin with the presentation. If you could please share the PowerPoint, Morgan. And let's go to the slide, the next slide, which talks about the season setting process. So every 2 years, we go over changes to the hunting regulations. What makes this year a little different than the others is that at the beginning of the season, we were directed to simplify the hunting regulations. We were told they were too complicated. So in order to simplify, we looked at combining hunting districts where it was biologically feasible. We attempted to reduce license and permit types to make it more simple. We eliminated, where we could, hunting district portions. We eliminated split seasons, and we attempted to standardize season dates. Next slide, please. So the timeline of this process, this effort began in the summer of last year, and that's when we began the simplification of our regulations. We followed our initial effort at simplification up with public comments that we gathered on our initial proposals. Then in October through December, based on those comments, FWP staff adjusted those proposals. On December 6th, on December 6th, FWP proposed changes to previous proposals for elk hunting districts that were 200% over objective. On December 14th, the Fish and Wildlife Commission approved proposals to go forward for more public comment, which initially was a 30-day public comment period, which we're in right now. So December 17th through 21st is that public comment period, and it's when the regions are holding their season setting meetings. Every region is holding meetings in their area to have these information sessions. While we gather public comment on February 4th is when the commission will adopt the final regulation. So based off that public comment, FWP biologists and the commissioners independently will be looking at the comment and adjusting proposals so that they better reflect the needs of the people. Next slide, please. So this is just a brief overview of all the meetings that we had in Region 3. We had meetings in Dillon, Helena, Butte, Livingston, and Whitehall. Those were all in-person meetings. Our Bozeman meeting is on Zoom. This way, people outside of Region 3 can attend our meeting and see what our proposals are. It's also another avenue to provide access to people who may not be able to make a meeting in person. Next slide, please. So you've heard me mention multiple times public comment. The best way to convey your comment and have it have power and leverage is to submit it online. You can also email it, or if you prefer, you can write it and send it snail mail to the address on this screen. Next slide, please. So our preferred method for commenting is online. And if you go to the FWP website, you can literally just Google FWP public comment. And the first link that pops up takes you to this website. And you'll click on the critter for which you want to make your comment. This is different than in the past, but this way your comments make it to the commission unedited and unfiltered by the department. It's truly your words, and there is value in having your comment come directly from you to the commission and to the department. So please, please, please comment this way. It's the preferred method. Next slide, please. The deadline for comments is January 21st. And on February 4th is when we're having the final meeting with the commission to adopt the proposals. Next slide, please.
We've got one raised hand, Marina from Pat Flowers.
Please.
Go ahead and unmute yourself, Pat.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to ask a question. Marina, just to follow up on your characterization of, I guess, a caveat on simplification was it biologically feasible? Could you define how that was interpreted within the department and specifically by biologists and wardens before they made recommendations? Thank you.
Certainly. So simplification was a priority, and we looked at areas where we could simplify the regulations and cause no harm to the biology of the species. Does that clarify what you're asking, Pat?
Yeah, I think so. For now, I guess I'll wait until I see what the specifics were. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for asking. It's a good question. Any other questions before we move on?
I'm not seeing any other questions at this point, Marina. I'll just remind folks, the best way to let us know you have a question is to raise your hand or to send us a note on the chat or the Q&A function, and we'll be watching for those. And we'll watch for those at the end of each proposal as we move throughout. So.
All right, well then let's move on to the regional proposals for deer and elk. Thank you, Morgan. Briefly, as part of our simplification process, we combined a handful of hunting districts, which we'll go into detail in the next slides. But this here first is a map showing current existing hunting districts. And if you go to the next slide, Morgan, this other map shows the new boundaries as proposed in this presentation. So we'll go into detail now, but this is just a general overview. So next slide, please. We'll start with Dylan and I'll turn it over. Thank you all.
Thanks, Marina, and thanks to all of you for all your time this evening. So this is Jesse Newby with the Dillon area biologist. And given the volume of material we have to cover, I am not going to go into detail about these changes as I go through the presentation, but feel free to ask questions if you want to dig a little deeper. So I'll start out with Hunt District 303 or 300. This would just change the name of that district. There'd be no changes to elk or mule deer regulations. This was motivated by the apparent bias in the harvest surveys that seems to be associated with people hunting down in Region 3, referring to Region 3 as 300. And that seems to have inflated some of the harvest statistics. So this is merely to make those statistics more accurate. The one change that would be in effect for deer would be to extend the 399B tag for whitetail into this district. This is to deal with concerns about expanding whitetail populations into areas that were formerly occupied solely by mule deer. Are there any questions on this? Hearing none, I'll move on. So Hunt District 302 in the Tendoys, this is a boundary change. It would extend the western boundary to encompass what is the east half of Hunt District 328. There would be no changes to elk or mule deer regulations. Both these districts have had the same regulations for the past 6 years. And Morgan, you can go ahead and move on to the next one. So this is the expansion of 329 to encompass the west half of 328. So as part of that directive, we were instructed to reduce the number of hunting districts. This would dissolve Hunt District 328. It would be included in 302 and 329 now. Again, there would be minimal changes to mule deer and elk regulations here. The one small change is that currently there is a portion in 329 up in the northwest corner in the big hole. And in that portion, the elk B license 321 is valid. We were instructed to get rid of portions, so that portion would go away. Probably wouldn't make too big of a difference. Biologically, on average, only about 2 antlerless elk were harvested in that area annually. And I think we can move on from there. So this is the one with more substantial changes. This would be combining Hunt District 331 and 332. So there would just be one Pioneer District. Currently, this is under a split season with 2 weeks of antlerless harvest at the beginning of the season. We were instructed to get rid of split seasons, so that will entail some changes to the elk regulations. Under this proposal, archery would remain the same, brow tine bull and antlerless elk, but the general season would be brow tine bull only for the 5 weeks on public lands. On private lands, the general license would be valid for antlerless elk or brow tine bull. This was motivated by dispersing elk which congregate throughout the hunting season on private lands in these districts and move them back up into public lands. With the removal of the split season, that required some new method to get antlerless harvest. So I've introduced a new B tag with a quota of 100 to 750. Is there any questions on 331? Okay, I'll move on. We can move on.
Yeah, I see one, we've got one question from
Oh, sure.
Davis. So
By all means.
go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, and this is kind of a general question, and I've been hearing some concerns from various individuals about this as far as the combining of districts into a larger district. And my question is, will this void some of the historical data that biologists have used in the past? Because now you've combined these 2 districts. So are you going to lose the, what do I want to say, the ability to just look at the population in that district because now that you are the old district, and is it going to cause some discontinuity in the biological studies?
Sure, that's an excellent question. So where that would come into effect in particular is with harvest data. So when the harvest surveys go out annually, currently they are asking, where did you hunt, what district, what did you harvest? For an area like this proposed 331, what that would mean is we wouldn't necessarily lose all the continuity in that data, but we would lose resolution. So we wouldn't be able to discriminate within that data how much of that hunting pressure or how much of that harvest was happening on the East Pioneers versus the West. We can, of course, add those numbers together and see how that area as a whole is performing in relation to historical data, but we definitely would lose resolution. Did that answer your question, Jer?
Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, it did. It's yeah, answers kind of what I thought. So thank you. I do appreciate it. And I see Mark has a question too.
Yeah, this is Mark Savinsky. Just a question here. The general season brow tine bulls only on public lands, and then cows and brow tine bulls on private lands. And if I heard you correctly, you're saying this is to move elk populations off of private lands onto public lands. Well, what if you can't get on private lands? I mean, how effective is this going to be if the landowners won't let you on?
Yeah, I mean, that will always limit things. Part of the impetus for including this was conversations with landowners and their desire to move elk off their land. And in those conversations, it was brought up that this could be, more people knocking on their door, and they found that acceptable. And I think it'll always be a challenge of getting that access to that private land, but at least that's some tool for doing that.
Well, it sounds to me like, this could lend itself to certain landowners. I'm not saying all of them, but certain landowners sort of handpicking who they want to hunt there instead of like the general public. And, it seems like, we've got the specter of privatization and commercialization, lurking in the background here.
Yes, that's a good point. We're currently in that situation. I'm not sure how much this would change that. Part of the reason, so I should probably explain also that the reason for going with the B licenses is that we have gone with a 5-week general season throughout that district in the past. We had probably significant increase in antlerless harvest over the long-term average. And it did raise concerns about what that would mean for that population meeting objective. So part of the motive here was to pull back on some of that harvest and make it more conservative in the more accessible areas, but still be able to get the kill we need by including the private areas. And I think while there's no way to guarantee that there will not be some abuses to this, I think those abuses would exist whether we include this or not. I think the difference this will make is that at least those herds that are stacked up on those private lands will be getting shot at more and moving up into the public lands where other people can access them.
Jesse, we've got a couple of questions from the public as well. Wants to know through the chat, he said, is elk B331-00 limited to private land only?
No, that would be district.
All right, thanks. And then a question from Randy as well. Go ahead, Randy.
In the draft regulations, it says nothing about the general season having antlerless plus brow tine bull on private lands. And in the I guess the master list, where it has the elk master list for hunting district 331 and 322, if I'm reading this properly, it says will be renamed hunting district 331. It says nothing in there about the distinction between private land general tag and public land general tag. And I wonder, are there other districts in addition to this that are going to have that same distinction that maybe was left out of there? Because I drafted all my comments and now I'm seeing some things that I think weren't in the draft regulations that are posted online.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'm not sure if other folks have these more recent changes that'll come up, but it would be, would be good to flag those as they come up. So this change was made in response largely to recent comments with those draft proposals that you're referring to.
Okay. One other thing, in a lot of the changes, we are using the term not valid on national forest land. And I see it's valid on public lands or private lands. There's a large difference between saying private land only and saying not valid on national forest lands, because that completely skips over state trust lands and Bureau of Land Management lands, where a lot of these elk exist, or where a lot of these elk are that we'd like to get access to. Do you know if this language here where it says private lands or public lands, does that use the term I'm reading in a lot of places here, not valid on national forest lands, or will it say valid on private land only?
Currently, under this proposal, it would say valid on private land only.
Okay.
This would not include state or BLM.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Randy. We've got one more question from Pat.
Thank you, Morgan. My question is, do you know the original rationale for why those were managed as 2 districts, and what's changed in that rationale to then allow that to be managed as a single unit? And how will that ensure that there won't be any undue impact on the elk populations currently managed separately in 331, 332?
That's a good question. And unfortunately, I do not know the original rationale for having 2 districts in this area, or the history behind that. What I can say is these 2 areas have essentially been managed as 1 district for the past 12 years, I think, in terms of the level of antlerless harvest allowed primarily. And so it probably is not a large change to just make them 1 district in terms of elk. Also, there's a lot of movement from both these areas, particularly 332 into 331, or both of them down into 329 seasonally. So both of these ones are included within the Pioneer EMU and have a lot of exchange with that 329 area.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, and we also have a question from one of our CAC members, Paul Sidaway. Go ahead, Paul.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. I'm wondering if there's going to be a discussion about the mule deer season and any potential changes to that in the new 331.
Definitely.
Great.
Will be, Paul.
Okay.
As soon as we're done with elk, we'll shift right over to mule deer.
Great. Thank you.
all right, Jesse, I'm not seeing any other questions at the moment, so we'll move on.
Okay. So with the combining of these districts, currently 331 is an either sex mule deer district. It has been so for the past 6 years. And 332 is a buck only mule deer. In the past, it's had limited B tags. There's currently no B tags offered there. With the combining of these districts, that under this proposal, that would extend either sex harvest to the entire Pioneers. And I'm happy to take some questions. We probably should back up because I'm assuming there might be some questions on this.
All right, go ahead, Paul. You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
There we go. So yes, this, 331 for years. This is an area where historically mule deer, a great mule deer area. And there was mature bucks seen consistently. And then in the last 10 or 15 years, and I've heard this from people consistently that, and witnessed it myself as well, that you're mostly running into big groups of does and small bucks, spikes and 2 points and it's really rare to see a mature mule deer buck in that particular area. So I've always thought it would make great sense, and it's been discussed and heard this from many people, that it would be great to see a potential change in regulations to start seeing more of these mature bucks bucks allowed to grow a little bit. They seem to get shot up, and it is really rare to see a big mule deer in that particular district. So I just wanted to add that I've heard that frequently, and I'm not sure if that's been discussed at all. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, look, Paul, that area in 331, we do have a trend survey and a classification survey in that area. And it is not for a particularly strong buck-doe ratio. On average, and this is a pretty long-term average, it's about 17 bucks to 100 does.
Mm-hmm.
As far as adult bucks, so let's say 2.5 years or older, 7 to 8 adult bucks to 100 does. So it has not been particularly strong in that respect. Under the mule deer management plan, this is the management goal is to have at least a buck-doe ratio of 10 bucks to 100 does. So it meets that criteria, but it is not known for high buck-doe ratios. You're right. I will say that one of the things that has come out of the monitoring of the either sex harvest is in those either sex areas, we have seen an increase in doe ratios over those past 6 years. So under the either sex management, we may be able to increase that somewhat. 331 itself has shown not significant by any means, but maybe marginal increases in the buck-doe ratio since that was implemented. I would not call those statistically significant in any way.
Has there been a sense, and is it your experience that to see mature bucks in that district is a rare event?
Well, with adult buck to doe ratio of 7 to 8 adult bucks to does, your options are going to be somewhat limited. In full disclosure, this is my second hunting season here. So of the depth of that historical knowledge, I could see in terms of harvest and the surveys, which I have access to, that over time, it does not seem to have changed much. For example, the percent bucks that are 4-point or better that come out of that harvest has been about 33%. So about a third of them over the past 20 years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I just, it's just been one of those things that we hear about it a lot, and people say they rarely see mature bucks in that particular district, and maybe down the road we could consider some kind of change that would maybe improve that ratio. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, Jesse, I'm not seeing any other questions.
All right.
So I think we're ready, unless you have closing remarks.
Well, I guess I probably should mention, because I kind of left this behind in some of the other districts, but aside from 303 is the intention to extend that 399 whitetail B license through all these districts. And again, this is largely motivated by the desire to slow the spread of whitetail into this mule deer habitat for reasons of reducing competition and concerns over CWD. But aside from that, if there's no more questions, I think we can move on to the next biologist.
Thanks, Jesse. Not seeing any additional questions. The next area we're going to cover is the Bozeman area, which is Julie Cunningham.
Hey, hi, everybody. This is my area. Let's hit the next slide, please. This one takes a little explanation. The others will be easier. What you're seeing here is hunting district 311 and 301. The old hunting district 311 had kind of two portions divided by the Highway 84 Norris to Four Corners Road. South of that road was a large private property that served as a kind of conservation area reserve for elk and the Spanish Peaks Wilderness Area. North of that highway is a lot of agricultural communities and a growing new elk herd that is not associated with National Forest land. Also, so the habitat between these two portions is really different, as is management need and hunter opportunity. There had historically been 200 mule deer doe tags in the north half of 311, and the north half of 311 had a shoulder season to help deal with some of the game damage issues we were having on private land ownerships when the elk herd associated with the north end of the Spanish Peaks would move on to private lands across from Highway 84 there. So we had to get rid of portions, but we have one great big hunting district that had two very different management needs for the same elk herd. The south of Highway 84, the management need was similar to hunting district 301, which is a different elk herd, but they're managed similarly. So that is the proposed combination. The other part of this slide is removing the antlerless B license 301. What that was geared towards, it was limited to 50. It was going to be private land only. That was to help out with game damage, but in the years that we had it, there was virtually no harvest on it. It wasn't very useful. It's a challenging area. That north part of 301 is basically South Bozeman. So that is the first half. And then let's do the second slide to explain the rest of it. And then we'll take questions on 301. Oh yeah, and I guess actually before I move off of this one, one thing you see in the District 311 is Sappington Bridge. There's a little red line where 287 goes. And so Dean Walty and I talked about cutting a part out of his hunting district 333 and putting it into new hunting district 311. The purpose there is that there's a herd of elk that goes between the highway moves all around in that area. And it's more associated with hunting district 311 than it was 333. So that little change was biology. Let's hit the next slide real quick, please. I think I already, oh no, go back. I'm sorry, Morgan, I got lost. All right, so that is hunting district 301 and 311. Does anybody have questions on what we did with 301, 311 and that portion of 333 that we added to it?
Julie, we've got one question so far from Randy in the public. Go ahead, Randy.
Julie, with that combination of 301, 311, and 360, we have significantly different land ownership patterns among those three districts, significantly different elk behavior patterns in that. Will this combination make it easier or more difficult to manage a one size fits all when you have something that is as diverse as those three units? And then a second question is, will this result in expansion of shoulder seasons in some units that currently do not qualify and possibly expanded to public land?
Really good questions, Randy. To the first one, right now, the management is similar between the south half of 311 and District 301. In the future, it could mean complications because they're different elk herds. So there you go. When you brought up 360, I think we should point out, I don't have the capacity to use a laser pointer, but Morgan, can you move the pointer to right below 301, that little tiny portion of 360? Right there, you guys. What I put that in for is two things. One is we have a little wintering elk herd, and it's described in the elk plan, and it is a public land elk herd. It's only about 200 animals, and they winter in the Dudley Creek area, Deer Creek area, Big Sky area. District 301 has a more conservative regulation. It does mean a little more protection to that public land elk herd. It's part, you get to harvest bull or cow the first 2 weeks, and then bull, sorry guys, bull or cow the first 2 weeks, bull only after that. So the other reason I redesigned that boundary that includes 360, that's mostly public land. That's like Beehive Basin. The other reason I did that is because of the guidelines that were produced to make boundaries between districts clearer and cleaner using more major features. So really on this slide, 360 is mostly a really minor addition. So for that part of your question, but you're correct completely, Randy. District 301, elk are wintering in some private lands that look very different than in south half of District 311, than in north half of 311. So then to the second part of your question, yes, that hunting District 333 little chunk there, we have landowners that bridge both sides of it. So half of their land was in a shoulder season and half of it wasn't. There would then be shoulder season in that little thumb that would be added to 311. Did I answer your questions fully, or and I guess when you brought up management, somebody, I think Jerry brought up earlier, the challenge of changing hunter harvest data. It would complicate and confound the history of hunting district 301 and 311 to really determine where the harvest was coming from. But I still do dedicated counts in both districts. So I would still have, my count data would be undisturbed, hunter harvest data would be harder to interpret. I'd have to kind of start from a new point in District 311.
With that, the one additional point to clarify then, Julie, does that mean that some of the places we currently don't have shoulder seasons in 301 or on public land, that by combining these elk numbers from 311, now the combined district would qualify for shoulder seasons?
Oh, no, I'm glad you asked that clarification. Hunting District 301 does not have a shoulder season. This new 301 would not have a shoulder season. So there would be no shoulder season south of Highway 84. The regulations would look almost exactly like they do now, except that the shoulder season expands in that small portion of 333 that was added. And the regulation gets a little more conservative in the new District 301.
Okay,
the old south half of 311. So I don't know, did we make it simpler? I hope so. That was the goal.
Thanks, Julie.
Have questions on that one, or this was the hardest one, guys. The other ones will go easier. So if you have more questions, please ask them.
We've got one question from one of our CAC members, Jared Brown. Go ahead, Jared. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, so hi, Julie. Yeah, so I've got a question on that 311, and you talked about getting rid of some of the different private lands in 360, and it's, you know, I look at that thumb you put in there. You know, you're trading one piece of big private land that's harboring elk for another in the London Hills, basically, because there's no access there. So I guess my question is, I don't know how that simplifies it or how that helps. And then the other thing would be, you know, are you creating, you have these 311, you have these districts with these different, you said 360 has different needs than 301, but then you take 311 and you add some of that 333. And to jump ahead a little bit, you know, just as an example, I'm kind of jumping ahead to 312. But, you know, to manage the, you know, the Mule Deer in 312 and the Bridgers the same as Copper City, like, it seems like, I know you've got a directive to simplify this, but it doesn't seem like it. I guess I don't understand when you're trading one piece of private land for another, and great, there's going to be shoulder seasons in that thumb, but nobody's going to get to go hunting in there anyway, because nobody will let you into the London. So what's the point?
That's a good question. Dean Maltese on the phone. As far as the London Hills, I guess I just want to clarify a couple things before I ask Dean for his thoughts on the landowner contacts in the London Hills area, if there's any to be had there. You brought up District 360 is not really very pertinent to this proposal. 360 is going to be talked about later. It's only that small area in Big Sky, which is mainly public land, and there's no shoulder season in 360. In this proposal, there are some things to talk about 360 in the next few proposals, but this one is a pretty minor change as far as 360 goes. The London Hills was the next part of your question, but before we move to that, I wanted to mention, you brought up District 312 and Mule Deer management. We did withdraw that proposal based on public comment, so the management of the Mule Deer 312 is not changing.
I'm just more curious into, you know, and I guess maybe I'm not being clear. I'm not concerned about 360. I don't get it. But in one unit, you said, oh, I guess it would have been 311 or whatever south of Highway 84.
Yes.
You're saying that's mostly private lands. Those are different elk. They need to be managed different. But then you're going to take part of 333 and put it in 311. I'm trying to make a comparison between the two. You're swapping one piece of inaccessible private land elk herd for another. What's the point?
There was never a shoulder season south of 84. The shoulder season when we introduced it in 2017 was only north of 84.
But doesn't matter if there's a shoulder season in 330 because you can't get into the London Hills.
Yeah, and that would be an excellent comment. And Dean, given that those had been your landowners in 333, I don't know if there's anything you wish to add to it. But we made this addition because elk,
Dean and I know all the landowners. I get it. I'm trying to make a little bit of a point that
I would add, Jared, that there's a couple other things we thought of. As Julie mentioned, there is some movement of elk across the highway between 333 and 311. We're also looking at when the current elk plan was drafted, there were not many, if any, elk in that existing hunting district 311. There were a few dozen being counted in that northeast corner of hunting district 333. We're now looking at, over the last 15 years, elk have grown pretty consistently in both areas, where there's, I'm now counting 400 to 500 in that northeast corner of 333, and Julie's counting hundreds in 311. And as you pointed out, the trend in elk or harvest there, it's driven more by private lands access than it is harvest regulations. So that's another management similarity between that northeast corner of 333 and hunting district 311.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else on this one? And thank you for jumping in and helping with that, Dean.
Yep, Julie, I don't see any additional questions, so we can move to the next.
Okay, let's do. District 310, this proposal was based on biology. So this one does contain Buck Creek, Doe Creek, and private lands in Big Sky. But the boundary was drawn, number one, to encompass GPS data from the Gallatin elk herd, the elk herd that winters on public land. District 360, as many of you guys know, has a liberal elk season on it. And District 310 is really below objective. So for the herd that winters in District 310, so not the herd that migrates into 360, but the herd that lives year round in District 310, drawing the boundary to better encompass that herd to protect those animals to start, being a part of the many factors that are involved in that herd's population management to get them closer to objective, to raise that population so we can keep having these elk on our public lands. And then redrawing that boundary along the road there makes it a clean boundary. And so that's the proposal, to adjust the boundary in District 310. So District 360 loses a little bit of hunting opportunity, but the point of that is to protect the cows, to increase the Gallatin elk herd. There's been some rumors floating around, I've heard, about the Gallatin Special Management Area and how it relates to this proposal because of concerns about getting rid of portions or whatnot. Our administration recognized how important the Gallatin Special Management Area is and its history and its value to sportsmen and women. So we're retaining the Special Management Area with the 5 broadtime bull licenses. But do note, when we discuss statewide elk proposals, there is a proposal that says the elk permit a holder of that elk permit must hunt only within that portion. So they couldn't hunt the rest of District 310. So if you get that special management area or buffer zone tag, you got to hunt in the buffer zone. Any questions on 310?
Julie, we've got one question from Randy in the public.
Julie, we know that hunting District 310 is way under objective. A lot of those places up there are gated and have travel management restrictions that mostly run through December 1st. Now we have a muzzleloader season where people on snowmobiles are allowed to get into those places, where I think the purpose that FWP worked with the Forest Service for a lot of these travel restrictions during archery and rifle season was somewhat due to vulnerability of elk.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about this muzzleloader season that is undergoing in December or ongoing in December, and the fact that now those non-motorized places in rifle and archery season become motorized, and how vulnerable those elk in 310 will be because of that muzzleloader season?
I am actually preparing a meeting with interested Gallatin sportsmen and the Forest Service to discuss travel planning and elk vulnerability right now. It'll be a Zoom meeting, and if anybody on this is interested, let me know and I'll bring you in on that. To this point, the three different sportsmen separately on their own and through this public comment process more have come to me in the Forest Service wanting to discuss elk security and travel planning. And so I think now's a really good time to talk about what you just said, Randy. And so if you or anybody on this call wants to be involved on that, right now we're tentatively planning a call on the 19th, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Julie, I'm seeing no other questions on this one, so I think we can.
Okay. Let's go to the next then. The Madison Valley. This one is a fairly easy combined way to follow the simplification guidelines. District 360 and 362 have been managed the same for years and years. It's a curious history. Pat Flowers asked Jesse about the history and the pioneers. I can give all kinds of history on this, more than anybody on this call wants to hear. But I can say it's kind of interesting. In the 70s, these were one unit, District 36. And then we did GPS collar data and realized they were different herds, and we split them, 360 and 362. And 360 had been pretty tied to the Taylor Fork. And this relates to some public comment that we've had to date through this process. But what's interesting is when we collared elk in 2018, I deliberately tried to collar 362 elk and 360 elk to make it really different. And they were the same elk. It was, they've really changed some habits. So there is, kind of a unique elk herd that runs in the north part of District 360, north of the Ennis Airport. But nonetheless, herds are robust. They are at the upper end of objective range. They're managed liberally. They can have common management. They're related herds. So that's the change is just make it District 360. We'll rename the 398B license, the 360B license, and we'll retain all 500 of them. Does anybody have any questions on that one?
I'm not seeing any at this point. Julie, do you have any closing remarks before we move on to Livingston?
Nope. Thank you guys for listening. And sorry I couldn't see you in person. Please feel free to reach out to me anytime. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thanks, Julie. All right. So Livingston will be presented by biologist Michael Yarnall.
Okay, yep. Morgan, can we just jump to the next slide? So we'll start with hunting district 313. That's the Gardner area. So there are some changes here, but I want to emphasize first, the boundary doesn't change. However, per the directive we got to simplify and remove antlerless elk permits, the two different types of antlerless elk permits would be or are proposed to be removed and replaced with a single antlerless elk B license. So the quota on that would be 60, and that is the sum total of what the quotas for the two previous antlerless elk permits were. So in practice, what this means is that someone could potentially harvest a bull on their general license, and if they had drawn this new B license, they could also harvest a cow elk in 313. So the next change, next change, not next slide. The next change for 313 impacts only a small portion of 313, and that is the portion north of Dome Mountain WMA. And so currently there is a B license, the 317-00B license, and that license can be used either in 317 or in that small private land portion of 313. The proposal is to remove that antlerless B license and instead replace the opportunity that limited quota B license provides during the late shoulder season. Replace that with an opportunity on the general license. So if you had a general license that was unused, you could use it during the late shoulder season in that small portion of 3. -45 bull permit. So that structure related to bull harvest is not proposed to change. Are there any questions on 313?
Michael, we've got a question from Commissioner Byer.
Thanks, Michael. I got a couple calls from folks down the Gardner Basin that were concerned about the loss of opportunity for youth. I believe there used to be 30 youth licenses. Would you still, I suppose they're still available for the new B license, but do you have any ideas about how we might accommodate youth hunters down there?
Right, so perhaps you could say collateral damage here in this elimination of the permits, and part of the reason that they were combined into one was because we were also directed not to have any quotas less than 50. And so I propose to combine them into one, which would give us a quota of 60. 30 of those permits were youth only. And so there is a lost opportunity here. And I've heard similar concerns voiced from the Gardner area. There are other, not as proposed, but there are options that could be considered by the commission to preserve some youth opportunity, including making all of the B licenses youth only. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, Michael.
All right, Michael. I'm not seeing any additional questions at this point. One thing I'll just note, we have a couple of people who are listening in over the phone. If you'd like to raise your hand and you're on the phone, dial *9, and then we'll be able to unmute you. So again, that's just for folks who are calling in. And with that, I don't think we have any other questions on this one, Michael. We could move on.
Okay, so we'll jump to 314. And so here the proposal mostly has to do with portions, but the external boundary would remain unchanged, but the division of 314 at Big Creek into the north and south portions, following the directive to get rid of portions, those portions would go away. And instead of having brow tine bull only south of Big Creek, we would have brow tine bull or antlerless opportunity on the general license throughout all of 314. And Morgan, I think we can go to the next slide, which is also for 314. So additionally, for 314, it's proposed to add an antlerless opportunity to the general license during the late shoulder season. And so that would run through February 15th and would not be valid on national forest land. And since Randy asked a question on this earlier, I'll just touch on it briefly, that as you go through the different units and different regulations, Randy, I think you'll see both of those terms used, and I can't speak for other ones, but whether it's private only or not valid on national forest land, we have considered those with some careful thought. And I'd be happy to answer questions about why one versus the other in different units. So that's for the general license. And then there's also proposed to add another antlerless opportunity to the elk B license. This is an existing elk B license, but add an antlerless opportunity during an early shoulder season. But this would be valid only on private lands. There would be no change to where this B license is valid during the archery and general season, and that would be valid on all land ownerships. And then to match the late season shoulder season opportunity with the general license, it would not be valid on Forest Service during the late shoulder season. The final one for 314 is a real minor change for a whitetail B license. Currently, there is a multi-unit B license. Okay, we're back. Multi-unit B license that is valid in 314 and 317. This is just a change in name only to change it from 317.00 to 397.00. So that's intended to use that administrative number to make it more clear to hunters that this is valid in multiple units and not just 317. So are there questions on 314? Okay, I see a couple.
Yep, let's start with Commissioner Byers.
Thanks, Morgan. And Michael, I think you've probably heard the same comments I have about the south end of 314. It seems that the northern herd, kind of the Yankee Jim or Tom Miner down south to Gardner Basin herd, is pretty far below objective, but the herd north of Yankee Jim up into the Big Creek area is actually above objective. Is there, are we losing a chance to protect those elk that are on the northern herd that are a little bit more vulnerable than the growing herd up north with this proposal?
Yeah, so the general pattern in 314 is that the further north you are, the further above objective you get, and the further south you are, the closer you get to objective. And then at the furthest south, there's a subunit from Rock Creek to Tom Miner Basin, and that subunit has been below objective for quite a number of years. And so that is a concern that I've heard from others, and there is some valid biological concern there. I do think that some of the land ownership patterns will likely limit some cow harvest, but there are areas on public land in some places at the very southern end of 314 that are quite accessible. And so there is the potential for increased antlerless harvest in that herd unit that is below objective.
All right.
Does that answer the question?
It sure does. Thank you.
We've got a question from one of our CAC members, Jerry Davis.
Yeah, I'm a little boneheaded, I guess, because I still don't quite understand why on some of the proposal it's not valid on Forest Service land versus other parts of the proposal it's valid on private lands only. Is one synonymous with the other, or what's the distinction there? Why is it worded differently?
So that's a good question, and they are not synonymous with the other. In some places, the not valid on national forest land is intended to protect elk on that are actually wintering on those larger portions of national forest land. In 314, for instance, the early shoulder season opportunity that's proposed, and that is only on private land, that's intended to mitigate game damage issues on private land only, but to prevent harvest of antlerless elk in that early season before the archery season opens, if those elk are on public land where they aren't causing those game damage issues. In some other places, and we'll get to another one coming up here in a couple slides, where it's not valid on national forest land, and does include the state land and BLM. Those are in units, at least in the Livingston area, where there are just a few isolated chunks of public land interspersed with the private land. And so in order to effectively target those elk during the shoulder season, those public lands are included because they're interspersed with the private lands. Does that help?
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand it. Don't say I agree, but I understand.
Thanks, Jerry. We've also got a question from Jared on our CAC.
I just have a quick comment. It's so, and to follow up on what Pat said, So you've got this directive to simplify and we're getting these bigger units, but you take this 314, and we're over objective in the north and we're under objective in the south. I mean, you can call a hammer a hatchet, you want all, but they're two different districts. So it's like we're just making it one big one to say we did it. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I don't see how biologically you're not gonna manage that the same, which I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. If one's under objective and the south half and north half, it's two different districts. So, I think there's a lot of that throughout this, that just because you give it one number doesn't mean anything.
So thanks, Jared. I think you're correct in that is a comment. I would definitely encourage you to submit that online if you haven't already.
All right, Michael, I'm not seeing, hold on.
Looks like we got one from Kyle.
Yep. Hey, Kyle.
Oh, just a thought. Had you ever given any consideration into the south portion of 314 being absorbed into the Gardner district? If we need to.
So that was a consideration very early on this summer. We actually had some discussions related to 314 and the need to eliminate that portion, and that was one option that was considered. However, we opted not to propose that because we thought that the loss of the general license opportunity on brow-tine bulls wouldn't be palatable, and that the elk population in sort of that southern portion of 314 during the hunting season can sustain that the current level of brow-tine bull harvest, and so we didn't want hunters to lose that opportunity. Does that help?
Yeah, no, for sure. Thanks. I'll make a comment.
Okay, Michael, I think we're ready to move on to the next one.
Okay. So jumping across the river to 317, we've actually talked about these changes a little bit already, but the 317 boundary remains unchanged. And then, as I said, when we were talking about 313, there's the proposal to eliminate that B license and replace it with an antlerless opportunity on the general license, valid through the late shoulder season to February 15th. So we're proposing to replace a limited quota B license with an opportunity for anybody with an unused general license. And then similarly to 314, the renaming of that Whitetail B license would also impact 317. Any questions on these ones? I'm not seeing any, so I think we could jump to 393. So 393, there are a number of changes here proposed to elk management, and particularly with antlerless opportunity. And these proposals are intended generally to make things more common across 393, 312, and 390, and those units encompass the entire Bridger management unit, elk management unit. So for the general license, the new regulation is proposed to be valid for brow-tine bull or antlerless during the entirety of archery and general rifle season across all land ownerships, and then valid for antlerless through the late shoulder season through February 15th off of national forest lands. Note that this is a change for 393, specifically the final week of 393, which in previous years and has been antlerless harvest only on the general license during that final week of the general season. So which is something that was included in the elk management plan, but would be eliminated to make that regulation common across these districts. I think we can go to the next one, Morgan. So additionally, for 393, it's proposed to eliminate the current over-the-counter 389 B license and replace it with a 397 B license. And the purpose here is to use that 397 B license, which is valid in a larger group of hunting districts. So this would increase the number of hunting districts where holders of that B license could use the tag. So the proposal for this 397 B license would include an early shoulder season opportunity only on private lands, but then during archery, general season, and the late shoulder season would only be valid off national forest lands. And note that the hunting districts which this would also be valid in addition to 393, would be 309, 311, 312, and 390. I think we can jump to the next one, Morgan. So the final one for 393 has to do with mule deer, and that includes removing the portion south of Willow Creek. And so this is an area where either sex mule deer harvest has been allowed on the general license, but the removal of this portion would mean that the entire district would now be antlered buck mule deer throughout the district. So that's it for 393. Are there any questions on that one? It was like Robert's got a question.
David, go ahead. You'll need to unmute yourself, David.
Yeah, yes, in the past years, you've had that doe hunting south of Willow Creek, and it's worked effectively for me because before that point, I was up to well over 200 head does in one hayfield and more does in other hayfields. And so I was able to, with hunters coming in, they've actually lowered that number. The deer are pretty well still around the area, but they've moved a lot of theirs off of my property to where they're not so concentrated. We've had a couple of that chronic wasting disease deer killed in around our area here this year. And I was wondering why you done that, because it's going to make them concentrate back in my hay fields. And there again, all these deer are going to concentrate with the chronic wasting disease and do a lot of damage to my hay and hay fields.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, that is a concern, and you're correct that that's the reason that that portion was established, was to deal with some game damage issues right on the north side of Livingston. You know, that is a concern. With this proposal, we would have to address those issues with game damage options, or directing those folks who hold the B license for mule deer in 393 to those concentrations of deer.
They've done that in the past. I've had them write letters to all the people that got those, 50 or 100 B licenses. However, that's stretched out clear to, I think, Whitetail for Springs. And so you have, I may get 10 or 20 out there come to my field or come to my place, but the vast majority go other places. So it doesn't work until they add additional tags later on. But anyway, I guess that's the comment.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that comment, and I'd encourage you to make it online if you haven't done so already.
Okay, I will.
Thanks, David. I'm not seeing any other questions, Michael. So we'll move to the next one, which is Helena. So Michael, do you have any comments to wrap up?
I don't think so. If anyone has additional questions, feel free to reach out in the coming days before you get your comments in, and I'm happy to talk more.
Thanks, Michael. All right, so presenting for the Helena area is biologist Jenny Sika.
Thanks, Morgan. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so this is for hunting districts 318 and 335. There are no boundary changes for either of these districts. As part of a statewide proposal, we would convert the antlerless elk permit to an elk B license, which is an antlerless elk license, and we would reduce the quota to 300. Under this proposal, holders may only harvest one elk within the area where the license is valid. We're also proposing to eliminate the antlerless mule deer B licenses in both hunting districts. The current quota in each of these districts is at 25, and we were directed to eliminate licenses and permit types where the quota was less than 50. Are there any questions with this?
Thanks, Jenny. Not seeing any questions come up.
Okay. This is another statewide change. Holders of the 339 either sex elk permit would not be allowed to hunt antlered bull elk in any other district during the fall seasons. Any questions on this one?
I'm not seeing any on this one either.
Okay. Looking at hunting district 343. So we are proposing to combine a portion of hunting district 293 with hunting district 343. This is a cross-regional change. This was both part of the statewide direction that we received and something that we've been working towards for some time in an effort to manage elk in this area at the population level. We have some elk that migrate back and forth across the Continental Divide, which is the current boundary. The portion of 293 that would be combined with 343 is most of the U.S. Forest Service land just west of the divide. Under this proposal, all antlerless mule deer and whitetail deer opportunities would only be valid east of the Continental Divide in 343, including the Region 3 antlerless whitetail B license 003-00. Let's see, let's go ahead and advance to the next slide. In addition, for hunting districts 339 and 343 combined, we would convert the antlerless elk permit, which is currently valid across both districts, to an elk B license, again, a statewide proposal. We would reduce the quota to 300, and holders would only be able to harvest one elk within the area where this license is valid. We're proposing to eliminate the individual district B licenses in 339 and 343 because those quotas are currently at 25, and introducing a mule deer B license, which would be valid in both of those districts, and set the quota at 50. With that, I'll take questions on any of that. I know that's a lot.
All right, Jenny, I'm not seeing any raised hands or questions in the chat. For those who are on the phone, just a reminder, if you want to raise your hand, it's *9.
Okay, thanks, Morgan.
Thanks, Jenny. Before we move up to Butte, a while back, Cannon sent us a question in the chat asking Will these slides or will this video be available to view later? And the answer is yes. This meeting is being recorded, and the recording for this video will be put on Fish, Wildlife and Parks' website. There's a link to that page in the chat. And at that link, you can also view the virtual meetings that have been held in other regions as well, if you want to look at their proposals in this format. Okay, so for the Butte area, it'll be Butte area biologist Vanna Bacadori presenting these.
Thanks, Morgan. If you could just go back to that slide for a minute, I just want to point out as a preface, I have 3 proposals that deal with combining districts. That slide right there that you're looking at shows the 7 hunting districts that I manage. And I have a proposal to combine 350 and 370 on the northeast side there, and then hunting district 341 and 319 in the central portion, and then over on the west side 334 and 321. So I just want to preface that, and then we'll go into the specifics of them. So Morgan, if you could go to the next slide, please. So starting with hunting districts 319 and 341, the proposal, which comes from the regulation simplification directive, is to combine those 2 into 1 hunting district. These 2 had historically been 1 hunting district, and about 25 years ago, they were split for hunter distribution, which I believe Pat Flowers had asked why 331 and 332 were created the way they were. And the answer for that probably was hunter distribution as well. The elk herd in 319, 341, it's basically 1 summer range elk herd, but then it bifurcates and goes to 2 different winter ranges, 1 in 341 and 1 in 319. Depending on the winter weather during the hunting season, that could make a difference of where hunters are and how we'd like them to be distributed on the landscape. So that's the history of why they got split. So as far as elk goes, they're both managed the same way, and they would continue to be managed the same way if they were combined. Currently, the mule deer management is different in the 2 hunting districts. Hunting district 319 is an unlimited mule deer buck tag. 341 is a general license buck opportunity. If these get combined into 1 district, or if they remain as 2 separate hunting districts, I would like to change the mule deer regulation that is currently in 341 to an unlimited mule deer buck permit situation or regulation as well. And Morgan, if you could go to the next slide, I believe. Part of my reasoning for wanting to add more restrictive regulation in 341 is because of the proposal that Region 2 has out right now. I've circled hunting districts 2, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17. There's a proposal to go to a 3-week deer season in those hunting districts, and you can see that they are adjacent to 319, 341. If that proposal goes through, that is just going to put a lot more pressure on the adjacent districts in those last 2 weeks of the season. So it'll protect bucks in those hunting districts, but it'll put added pressure on the bucks during the rut on the adjacent districts. So that's a big reason why I'm wanting to put that restriction in 341 for mule deer. And also because the buck doe ratios in there for the past 3 years have been less than 10 bucks to 100 does. It gets a lot of hunting pressure from the Butte and Anaconda communities, and it is needing some further regulation to give some protection to the buck population in there. So any questions on 319, 341? Jared, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I had a quick question. So I think that's super smart, but so where does that where does that end if they adopt that for those 200 districts, which as Dean knows, I am a huge proponent of the 3-week mule deer season. But so don't you think that affects even farther than just the neighboring districts, because those people are going to travel, like, you know,
Sure.
it's nothing to drive an hour and get into 320.
Oh, absolutely.
Go hunt mule deer bucks. So it seems like, to me, I don't know if there's been any talk about it, but it seems like to me, if you're going to do it, then you should probably do it everywhere. I mean, because the more you do it, the more it expands. Right? People are just they're just going to travel and they're going to go, and you know, that's something I've fought over when it changed around here with Dean many times, and we've had many awesome discussions about it. But I just want to know what you think about, does it need to go farther than just that one district?
So you bring up a couple of really good points, Jared. One is this whole topic is worthy of like a whole week-long conversation just on mule deer management. And if you've talked to,
well, I'll call you.
Well, it should be on a statewide level, to be honest with you. And if you've talked to Dean, then I'm sure he's shown you data from the Tobacco Roots and Region 6 and other areas where we've had a 3-week buck season with the objective of raising the buck to doe ratio at the end, not to produce trophy bucks, but just to produce more bucks in the population. And if you look at that data and follow it out over the 10 years plus that a lot of these districts had that 3-week season, it did not produce a higher buck to doe ratio than the 5-week season hunting districts did. And so again, there's so much more detail than what we want to go in tonight, because we'll be here.
No, I've been through it all. I understand, but
Yeah.
it does produce more mature.
But the other point that I want to touch on that you made is this probably, we have a adaptive harvest management plan for deer, and there's a lot of effort and thought that went into kind of bringing that up to the times from its original publication. But I don't believe there has been much really good conversation across the state with some cohesion about mule deer management. And so, some districts are proposing getting rid of a 3-week season. Other districts are proposing going into a 3-week season. And we have not had as comprehensive conversations for mule deer management across the state as I believe we probably should have.
Yeah, because you're just going to be bouncing back and forth at one point.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yep. Are there any other questions on 319 or 341, that proposal? All right, we'll move on to the next one, please. So similar story, hunting districts 321 and 334. These are in the West Big Hole. These two districts were one district prior to 2010. In 2010, I put the proposal forward and the commission adopted to create hunting district 334 to split them. The reason I proposed that a decade ago is because there are 2 separate elk herds in here with very little mixing and 2 separate kind of management scenarios with each herd. And I felt it was best to separate them out at that time to better manage them. Both districts are summer range. The herd that's in 321 winters in Idaho. The herd that's in 334 winters in the Bitterroot, mainly in the East Fork area. Both herds pretty much leave the valley by the first week of November, or when we get a good snowstorm. They do not take long to migrate once you get the first snow in there. They go up and over 10,000 foot continental divide. They don't take their time. They book it out of there. So, so again, for reg simplification, I thought these 2 districts, if we need to kind of reduce the number of hunting districts, there wouldn't be much harm in putting these 2 back together. And it would be a trial to put the elk regulation that's currently in 321, which is a 5-week either sex season, to extend that into the current 334 as well. So it would be a 5-week either sex, and there would be a limited number of B licenses offered on top of that. The access issue is much more liberal in 321, even though it's probably as much private land, but there's just a lot more ranches that allow hunters access. 334, there's primarily one large landowner that does not allow access and really changes the distribution of elk in that district. So I do have a bit of a concern about that, going to a 5-week either sex season and creating a huge crowding issue that's just going to further put elk on private land. But given if I need to combine those two districts, I do not want to get away from the 321 regulation that's in place right now, which is 5 weeks either sex. So, the other proposal I would like to make is to go to either sex on mule deer harvest, or on the mule deer on the general license as well. And again, it's summer range for those mule deer, and they have it figured out pretty well. They pretty much get out of the big hole country right before our rifle season starts, and then they hang at the top mostly before they drop down to the other side. So I don't think we would over harvest mule deer in that area at all. For one thing, it's pretty low density of mule deer to start with, and they are mostly out of there by the time the season starts. So any questions on 321 and 334?
Dana, I'm not seeing any.
Okay, we'll go on to the next one. So hunting district 340, this is a proposal that does not involve a combination of a couple of districts. This I'm proposing to keep as a standalone district. Part of the directive that we were given back in August was to eliminate antlerless permits. I did have brow-tine bull antlerless permits in 340. They primarily were used as a cow tag, not as a trophy tag at all. And so I have a proposal to get rid of those permits and replace them with B licenses instead, which would be the second elk license in that district per hunter. And then I currently have either sex mule deer opportunity on the general license. But I have seen a decline in the overall population trend and a concurrent increase in both the doe and the buck harvest under this regulation. The original objectives of putting this regulation in place 4 years ago was to hold the harvest steady and try to displace some of the small buck harvest onto doe harvest, and therefore giving bucks a little bit more time to grow up. I have not been seeing that play out for the past 4 years, and it is a hunting district that gets a lot of hunting pressure from the neighboring butte communities, and now we're starting to get a lot of folks from Bozeman, Helena coming down into that country as well on the east side. So there's a lot of hunting pressure. It's primarily elk hunting pressure, but in a year like this, in the past 2, when the elk hunting has not been very good, people are trying to get meat in the freezer. And this is one of the go-to districts to get a mule deer. So I feel like that either sex opportunity has put too much pressure on the population, and I'd like to dial it back to buck only on the general license, and then put in some B licenses for the does. So, any questions on 340? All right, we'll go on to. So hunting districts 3, was there a question? Okay, so hunting districts 350 and 370, again, for regulation simplification, I proposed putting these 2 hunting districts together. This would apply to deer, elk, antelope, and lions. Right now they're managed together for lions. They had been managed similarly for elk in the past, but about 10 years ago, there started to be kind of a differential harvest, hunting pressure and access to elk herds as land ownership and access to private land in Hunting District 370 became less liberal. And so for the past several years, I've had them in 2 different regulation types. Hunting District 350 is bulls only with a very limited number of B licenses, and Hunting District 370 is 5-week either sex because they have a high level of protection with the lack of access on the private land. So my proposal to combine them is contingent upon maintaining portions, which we were told to get rid of portions, but the only way this would work to combine these 2 districts is to maintain portions that are comparable to the current hunting districts. So it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. And I have received a lot of public comments not to put these 2 together because again, it doesn't really simplify anything if I have to maintain portions. And for the biology, there's no way I could manage the 2 elk herds the same way. So, otherwise, mule deer and whitetail deer are managed similarly. It's not there wouldn't be any changes there. And I have heard some concern about putting these 2 districts together for antelope, that because of the less liberal access in 370, all the hunting pressure would be on 350. And then the few landowners that do allow access in 370 would not get very much harvest. So any questions on that? You all are letting me off easy tonight. All right, thank you. And if you have any questions at a later point, feel free to get in touch.
Thanks, Anna. All right, now we'll move on to the Sheridan area, which will be presented by Dean Walty.
Thanks, Morgan. So this first slide illustrates the 2 combination changes, both of which would look to combine existing hunting districts and move the new proposed districts to the current elk management unit scales, with the exception, as we talked about a little earlier, the northeast corner of existing hunting district 333 is proposed to become part of hunting district 311. And then the further proposal would be to combine the remaining portion of hunting district 333 with existing hunting district 320 and create one district titled 320 that would encompass the core of the Tobacco Woods Mountain Range. And then the same concept with the proposed hunting district 322, it would combine those existing 7 districts to the scale at which we've managed elk since 2004. Go ahead and proceed, Morgan. So in 320, in addition to the combination of districts, we do know through history of regulations and now certainly elk movement that elk and deer move across that boundary line quite frequently during the summer and fall. And both elk and mule deer regulations have been quite common between the 2 districts for a long period of time. The regulations proposals would be to maintain the existing regulations for elk and deer in that district, and that would be a brow tine bull or antlerless regulation for elk, and a general license either sex regulation for mule deer or whitetail deer. We would propose creating an elk B license that would be valid outside of National Forest Service lands, an initial quota proposal of 200 and a quota range that we could adjust within annually from 1 to 500. the purpose of that license would be to focus some additional antlerless harvest out on the foothill private land portions of the district where it's most needed. There'd be no B licenses for mule deer, and we would look to maintain the existing 399-00 whitetail B license in both districts. I'd entertain any questions on this tobacco roots proposal, if there are any.
Dean, I'm not seeing any.
Okay. So within the Gravelly complex, again, a similar thought behind the combination, moving to the elk management scale, but at a larger scale. One thing within this proposal, I am proposing that we maintain the existing Wall Creek Wildlife Management Hunt Area on the eastern portion of Hunting District 333 in the Madison Valley. That hunt area is in place to prevent some, what could very easily become safety issues associated with large groups of hunters pursuing elk when they pour out onto the Wall Creek game range in a big way when we have snow. So I'd propose maintaining that and maintaining that the 399-00 elk B license remain the valid license to harvest an elk within that hunt area. We're also within this season process proposing to clarify that the Region 3 youth either sex and permit to hunt from a vehicle either sex opportunity would not be valid within that Wall Creek hunt area, and that you would have to possess that 399-00 B license to hunt there. That opportunity was created last go around when we did not clarify our intent to not allow that youth and permit to hunt from a vehicle opportunity within that hunt area. From an elk perspective, this proposed combination would not lead to a lot of change from what's been in place since the last 17 years. Proposing maintaining a brow tine bull or antlerless regulation and maintaining the 399-00 elk B license valid across these areas. From a mule deer perspective, it would result in some change. There are currently 3 mule deer regulations within this area. Hunting districts 322, 325, 326, and 330 have an either sex regulation for mule deer. Hunting district 324 is a limited permit for buck deer. Hunting districts 323 and 327 are general license buck only for mule deer. My sitting proposal is to expand the general license either sex to this area. That would negate the existing permit for bucks in 324 and allow antlerless harvest in 323 and 327. A lot of thought with the deer regulation proposal has to do with chronic wasting disease now being present within this landscape, and a growing body of science suggesting restrictive buck harvest regulations are high risk for long-term mule deer herd health. I think that covers the proposal. I take any questions.
Thanks, Dean. We got a couple of questions from our CAC members.
Okay.
We'll start with Mark Savinsky. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, Dean. By combining all of these districts into one district, how is that going to affect keeping the longitudinal history, and the the maintenance of records, on a long-term basis over time when you're combining 7 districts into one?
Sure, Mark, as Jesse Newby alluded to earlier, when it comes to harvest data, we would lose some resolution by having harvest data at that hunting district scale. Because the proposed combination includes hunting districts in their entirety, we would maintain the historic harvest data set at the elk management unit scale. So we would give up some resolution. And it's nice to have the confidence in that when you get finer and finer scale gets less and less. So I've used primarily that elk management unit scale harvest data, and we well maintain that. I don't see it changing keeping track of elk populations or deer populations at all, because we're still going to survey elk and deer in the same way and have that spatial data associated with those surveys. So I don't expect it to change survey data history.
Okay, thanks. I have just one general question that sort of goes across all of these proposals is, a lot of these issues that are being presented in this season setting process, how do they meld with the into the next elk management plan, which is due for completion, I would hope sooner rather than later? So, I mean, we're going through the season setting thing, but how does that fit in or meld with the elk management plan that's being developed?
Well, I guess I would take a stab at that, Mark. There's no getting around. We're going through a substantial change process that involves elk right on the front end of drafting a new elk management plan. So they probably won't meld perfectly. We continue to go through the elk management plan process and what comes out of that in terms of public desires or needed changes. Some of this is probably going to fit within that revision, and I would expect there will be places where there may be additional changes that need to be proposed based on how the elk plan turns out.
And is there a proposed completion date for that plan?
I don't know if I'm the best to answer this, but last I read a proposed itinerary for the elk plan, we were looking at sometime in later 2023. Somebody knows better than I, please speak up. But we're looking at about 2 years, I think, Mark.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Mark. All right, we'll go to Jared on the CAC.
Hi, Dean.
Jared.
So I noticed somebody mentioned on the chat managing mule deer in this large district, and we've talked a lot about the CWD and the buck management stuff, but I mean, don't you have any concerns about like just opening that to either sex, just general population numbers? I mean, don't you think you might be shooting us in the foot a little bit there, the north end of 327 and south end of 324? I mean, I don't know how much things have changed. I mean, obviously I look at your counts and stuff, but when I drew that 324 tag 6 or 7 years ago or whatever it was, I mean, once you get south of Bear Creek and you start heading down into that, past cow camp and that, there's not very many deer down there just in general, especially on the Snowcrest side. So, I mean, that district in itself, the north end of it was always kind of the area that you hunted when you drew that special permit. And the south end of it was kind of devoid of life in general, and you didn't see a whole lot. I mean, in my mind, that district should have been 2 districts as it was even that way, but since it was a limited draw, I guess it didn't matter. But I mean, do you have any concerns about that? I mean, going into the Centennial and some of those areas are, I mean, there's not a lot of deer there.
Well, I guess anytime you propose liberalizing a regulation, it's on your mind and there are concerns, is it going to be too much? Based on a couple of things, one being what we've learned monitoring population response to that either sex regulation across Southwest Montana where it's in place. We've not seen population decline in any of those survey areas where we're monitoring population that overlies with that regulation. We've seen in those first 5 years a net gain of 32% in deer in those, and as high as 50%, and then come down last year some.
But does that really have anything to do with the either sex? I mean, it's cyclic to begin with. So I mean,
well,
attribute it to that.
It certainly does have something to do with either sex. And one of our original hypotheses is the level of antlerless harvest that would result from that would not become the primary population driver of deer in this environment. There would be other factors, long-term habitat trends and short-term weather influencing fawn production and survival and those cycles through time. That's what we're seeing so far. I wouldn't say that either sex deer harvest is the cause of increased deer populations. It's because of other factors, some good growing seasons and mild winters over the top of that regulation there's been more fawn production and survival than antlerless harvest. One exception of that would be late winter 2019, when we had a tremendous long spell of deep snow and cold temperatures. We did see year-over-year reduction in deer and fawn recruitment then. And I'm confident that was real. Another thing we're consistently seeing in evaluating that season is about 30% of total general licensed deer harvest is antlerless, 70% is antlered. So the bulk of the harvest is still antlered deer. In southern 324 and 327, there aren't a lot of deer out there late in the fall during the rifle season. There are a lot of deer out there in the summer, early fall. It's primarily summer range for migratory deer. And in particular in 327, when I'm doing antelope surveys, I'll routinely look at several hundred deer on summer range out there. But then we consistently see about 30 deer harvests a year in 327. And I believe a lot of those deer are moving towards winter range by rifle season most years. So with the change to either sex, and based on what we've seen elsewhere, I wouldn't expect the overall harvest of deer to go up or down a lot unless the population changes. I do expect to see about a third or 30% of that harvest to become antlerless deer. And what we've learned so far is that proportion of antlerless take is, we don't expect that to become the primary population driver.
Okay, so I mean, you have no qualms with like the north end of 322 is not the same as 324 is not the same. Like you've got, a lot of different habitats and different things there. You just I wouldn't lump all that together and it's going to be okay.
I wouldn't say I have no concerns. We've learned a lot through elk. The reason we have managed at this scale for elk over the last 17 years is what we learned through radio collar research in the late 80s through the 90s, and then again looked at it about 10 years ago. And for the most part, it showed not a lot of elk use any one of those hunting districts throughout the year. They're migrating between multiple districts. Some of them are using 4 to 6 of those districts in a year. For example, you've got elk that are summering on the Idaho Divide and South Central 327 that are wintering in Central 325 and Southern 322. Now, what we did learn with elk too, and we're still learning it, is we've currently got radio collars on the ground in hunting district 322. Is there are quite a few elk in 322 that appear thus far to be pretty centric to 322. There's also elk right on the north half of hunting district 325 that they're not long distance migrants. They're shorter distance elevational migrants that spend the summer on the top of the Blacktail Mountains, and then they winter just south of Dillon, and lots of those elk end up on ag land in hunting district 325. So there are some exceptions with elk. I think deer use that, mule deer are using that landscape in a similar fashion. There's a lot of the deer that use a big chunk of that landscape, and there are also some populations that are more localized. What we've learned with elk management is that it has worked over the last 17 years. Now, that remains dependent on keeping enough harvest and access to those elk that are localized, which use a lot of private lands, to a point where we're not seeing just those 2 segments of that elk herd continue to grow while putting too much harvest pressure on those more accessible elk. If that change occurs in the future, I think we will have to address that through further changes.
Hey, thanks.
So I guess to sum that up, this isn't a proposal that I would look to put out there and say, well, we've got it. It's all simple. It's all. I'll continue to put a lot of thought towards these and evaluate them as closely as I can.
Thanks, Jared. Dean, we've got a couple more questions from the public. Let's start with Randy.
Thank you. This is a district as proposed, combining all of these. It probably has some of the most complicated land ownership and diversity of land ownership of all of Southwest Montana, with a large amount of private, large amount of state land, large amount of BLM, and a large amount of Forest Service. And each of them being different habitats, some have a lot more elk hunting pressure, some have a lot less elk hunting pressure. Is this quote unquote simplification effort going to make it more complicated for you to manage the elk on this diverse landscape? Question 1. Question 2 is a follow-up to Jared's. As someone who hunts some of these places, I'm concerned at how much elk hunting pressure there is in 324, 327, 323, where currently either sex mule deer is not happening, and how that, I'll call it convenience or just, ancillary take by these huge number of elk hunters. I don't know that it's comparable. Maybe you feel it is, and if so, I'm not one to argue, but I just struggle to see that it's comparable in its projection or extrapolation from other parts where you might currently have either sex mule deer hunting, because I don't know that you have the amount of elk hunting pressure that is going to have people who have an elk tag in their pocket at the same time. So, thank you.
Thanks, Randy. In terms of being able to manage elk, I'm, as of right now, confident elk can be managed at this scale. It has been for close to 2 decades. We have not had the regulation has been the same across these 7 hunting districts each of the last 17 years. Now, again, I recognize we've got a couple of shorter distant migrant elk herds in northern hunting district 325, and then the north and west portions of hunting district 322 that have grown. They're very private lands, ag-centric elk. That being able to maintain hunting pressure and harvest on those elk that keeps them in line with objective and doesn't allow those 2 populations to drive the numbers of elk up to where we're chasing an objective that's being influenced by those 2 segments of the herd. If that stays as is, I'm confident this will work just fine. If that changes, we'll have to make a change to address that. In terms of hunting pressure in deer in 324 and 323 and 327, again, that hunting pressure, it's already existing in 323 and 327, and it's not resulting in a substantial deer harvest. I do believe a lot of those deer that summer and spend the early fall in that southern gravelies are migrating out of those districts before the general rifle season starts. So I don't expect it to result in substantially greater harvest or population trend impacts. And in some of these districts where we do have general license either sex for mule deer now, and we've been monitoring it, there is a lot of elk hunting pressure in those districts too. 325 and 330 both have a lot of hunting pressure, as does the Tobacco Roots, the Lima Peaks in 300, which is a de facto antlerless only general license season because there's also a limited permit for bucks in there. In 302, we are looking at that in some comparable hunting districts in terms of elk hunting pressure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Randy. We did have a comment or 2 come through the chat. And one of them, I believe, Dean, you've answered fairly well, was from Chris. He said, are there concerns in managing animal populations, specifically mule deer, for such a large district? Chris, if there's anything we missed on that, let us know. But I think we've addressed that one. And Dean, I'm not seeing any additional questions.
Okay, I would then close, Jared, with just offering to anybody that I'm always happy to visit in greater detail. So if somebody wants to, please don't hesitate to reach out and let's visit further.
Great,
Thanks.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to Townsend, which will be covered by Adam Grove.
All righty, folks, thanks for sticking with us. In regard to my area, I don't have any, not looking at combining any hunting districts, but I do have one hunting district boundary change that will affect hunting district 380 and 390 that we'll be discussing. So with that, we can go ahead and just move into my area. If you'd hit the next slide, please. So the boundary change we're looking at is we're looking at adjusting the southeast border of hunting district 380 to follow US Highway 287 from I-90 near Three Forks up to Townsend. Currently, the boundary is the Missouri River. So more, if you want to focus your pointer down there on the kind of the area, the very south east corner of 380. Yeah, kind of right down in there. That's the area that would be affected. We've had elk population has kind of developed in that area probably in the last 10 years. We don't believe elk were present in that area when the elk plan was written back in 2005. We think those elk probably likely moved in either out of the Horseshoe Hills area out of 312 or out of the 16 Mile Creek area out of 390 or again out of 312. But anyway, we feel for management purposes going forward that it makes more sense to have that area be included in hunting district 390 than in 380. So anyway, we're looking at making that boundary change. So don't know if anybody's got any questions related to that or not.
Adam, I'm not seeing any.
All righty, let's move on then. Regard to other elk proposal changes, as it's been mentioned earlier tonight, we were directed initially to remove portions where possible. So in front 380 for elk, we're looking at removing the south and north portions. Those are legally defined portions in the regulations. And then we're also looking at removing their respective antlerless elk B licenses. That's the 380-01 and the 380-02 license. So we'd be getting rid of both of those. We're looking to change the elk B license, the 380 quota. That B license is valid everywhere in the hunting district, and we'd be looking at upping the quota from 150 to 250. Since we're getting rid of the north and south portion B licenses to try to help overall elk population management in the hunting district, then we'd be looking at extending the antlerless elk harvest with a general license from 3 weeks to the entire general season anywhere in the hunting district off national forest. Currently, that 3-week antlerless elk harvest opportunity has been limited to being only valid off national forest land in the defined south and north portions of the hunting district, and then not valid in the rest of the hunting district. So again, we would be expanding that general license opportunity to anywhere in the hunting district off national forest. And then we're just looking at changing the 380-20, that's the either sex elk permits for the Elkhorns area there. Not making a quota change, we're just looking at changing the quota range. That's kind of the range we use when setting our quotas, changing that from 50 to 700 to 50 to 200. And as Jenny pointed out in regard to hunting district 339 under a statewide proposal, since that is a limited either sex permit, if under the statewide proposal that's out there, anybody that who drew that permit would be restricted. That would be the only place they could hunt antlered elk in the state would be in that hunting district. There'd be opportunity to hunt antlerless elk other places and everything, but we'll cover that in the statewide proposal later. So any questions related to elk in hunting district 380?
Adam, I'm not seeing any raised hands.
All right. Oh, I see a hand went up, Morgan, Commissioner.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks, Morgan. Adam, I've got quite a few phone calls and emails of late about this one on changing the portions out of 380. It seems like it's the way it's worked, it's in a delicate balance. We spend a lot of time, or I do, and I know you do too, and the regional staff setting up management seasons down the Boulder Valley that seem to keep elk moving off private land. And then to the north, the way it's structured, it seems to do a pretty good job of keeping elk out of trouble and accessible to people. Do you think that combining these and lumping them into a single B license is going to kind of upset that apple cart? It seems like it's a delicate balance, and I just want to make sure we're not doing this just for the sake of making work. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I would. I mean, we've had those portions have been in place for probably 30 plus years now. And it's worked for the most part to, you know, one thing with having those portions and folks being limited to, you know, either having to hunt in the north portion or the south portion, it does kind of, to a large degree, help regulate hunter distribution and elk harvest in the hunting district. 380, given the geographic size, and it's probably the most heavily hunted elk district in the state of Montana. So there is some valid concerns there. The management hunt down in the Boulder Valley, that's more it related kind of seasonal elk distribution, more outside of actual elk numbers. It's just related to, things start drying out on national forest land, and, there's irrigated alfalfa fields and irrigated hay bottoms down on the river that, differences in forage quality and some other stuff that they move in there. But yeah, there's if you looked at that map of 380 there, when we pulled it up there, it's 380's got some pretty complex land ownership. Obviously, you have the national forest area, but a lot of BLM land across the hunting district mixed in with private land, quite a bit of state land mixed in with private land. So that difference in the land ownership patterns, even on private land across the hunting district, there's, on the south end, we probably have there's, for the most part, probably larger ranches on the south end. If you get up on the west, the northwest, and the northern part of the district, the properties are a lot of cases smaller. One of the reasons we went to that general license opportunity in the north and south portion a few years ago was to, try to get some additional hunting pressure on those smaller properties. We literally, our elk study we did a few years ago showed we had elk using properties, 20, 40 acres in size. And, a lot of times those small ownerships, they don't really want, they're not likely to let in somebody that's just got a B license unless they know them. So unless they either drew a B license or if they had an opportunity on a general license, to either hunt those properties themselves or their family or close friends, we weren't getting any hunting pressure, to kind of keep elk dispersed across the landscape without that and everything like that. But like I say, those, in regard to the portions, they've been in place for, like say, a long time, and they've been pretty effective in helping to manage elk populations for the most part and everything like that. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Adam, I'm not seeing any other questions at this point, so we'll move to the next one.
All righty, this next slide is for deer for hunting district 380. A couple changes. We're looking at changing the antlerless mule deer B license restriction on where that is valid. We're looking to change that. The current wording on that is only valid on private land outside of the national forest boundary and on DNRC or state school trust land. So we're looking at changing that restriction to not valid on national forest lands, just to make it a little bit easier for the public to understand and to expand some opportunity. Obviously, with that wording change, that opens up all the BLM in the hunting district for folks could hunt. And also by changing from the national forest boundary to the national forest lands, that does allow folks that have private land in holdings within the national forest, they would then be able to hunt their own properties for mule deer. So that would be the change for antlerless mule deer. We were initially directed also to, as part of this license or this regulation simplification effort, to get rid of unlimited mule deer permits. So we're looking at changing in 380 to change the unlimited antler mule deer permit to making it a limited antler mule deer permit with a quota of 1,200. We're not really looking at making it a trophy mule deer area. The average number of unlimited permits has been just a little bit over 1,200. So by changing it from unlimited to limited, we're hoping to keep the same amount of opportunity and everything. Otherwise, we're going to be displacing a tremendous amount of hunters and everything like that. So you'll see the first choice applicants number is less than that. But a lot of people do draw that license or that permit on their second choice And again, with antlered buck permits, whether it be unlimited or limited, folks are limited or restricted to hunting in that district only for antlered buck, mule deer and everything. So looking at making that change. And then also just again, kind of more of a housekeeping thing for the whitetail deer B license. That's on the Canyon Ferry Wildlife Management Area. That's the 380-01 B license. Again, not looking at changing the quota, but just looking at changing the quota range to give us a little bit more flexibility when we do set our quotas, looking at changing it from 50 to 200 to 25 to 200. So don't know if anybody's got any questions related to deer in hunting district 380.
Adam, we've got one question from Pat Flowers. Go ahead.
All righty, go ahead, Pat.
Thanks, Adam. I have a question for you on eliminating that unlimited permit. I assume that means, and maybe I missed that along the way here, that's being adopted either statewide or region-wide to eliminate those. And
yeah, like I say, we were originally directed to try to get rid of the unlimited permits, but I have seen, they are cropping up in other places. So obviously there is some, I guess, inconsistency has developed, with that direction. The one thing that I did fail to mention, one thing that does come into play, changing from the unlimited to a limited permit, is that the 10% non-resident cap does kick in. And everything with an unlimited permit, it's just that, even non-residents, if they applied, they would automatically draw or whatever. But by going to a limited permit, the 10% cap does come in play. But yeah, at this point, we still have some apparent inconsistency across the state in regard to the use of unlimited mule deer permits. So,
okay, just a follow-up question. My understanding was the purpose of those unlimited permits at one time was kind of a half step towards limiting pressure without going the full step of limited permits. And my understanding, at least at one time, was that half step was felt to be effective. Has there been a change of thinking among biologists that half step is no longer valid or useful, and that's why we need to get rid of it? Otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah, and again, the unlimited permits have worked. Before we implemented those in 380, our postseason buck to doe ratios were in the very low single digits. It's raised them up to, typically we're in the 10 to 15 bucks per 100 does postseason. So, a lot of people would consider, that's still not that great, but it is considerably better than the 1, 2, or 3 that they were prior to that. And again, this proposal came about as a result of what we understood to be direction to do away with unlimited permits or whatever and stuff like that. So, and again, that's one of the reasons, it's the reason the permit numbers are offered at the level they are is basically to really not change the level of opportunity. It's to match pretty much the number of folks that are already, drawing the unlimited permits. So, and again, the desire here is not to quote, turn it into a quote, trophy mule deer buck area, but just to go from unlimited to limited, but still pretty much allow the same level of opportunity.
Okay, one final follow-up, just to put a point on this. Given that what you just described is unlimited permits have been effective, at least in raising the bull or the buck to doe ratios as intended, I don't understand the rationale for just kind of carte blanche saying we want to eliminate that as a tool. What's the rationale?
Again, that was brought forward as from the director's office as a means to simplify regulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Adam, we got another question from Commissioner Byron.
Thanks, Morgan. I'm just following off of Senator Flowers' question, and it's occurred to me that I've never asked, and I feel kind of stupid for never asking. But what is it to gain from the hunter's perspective of this simplification effort that actually, people are used to what was out there? Is this oriented more toward simplification for the licensing bureau, or is it for simplification for hunters? I'm not sure, Adam, you have the answer for that, but it just occurred to me that I've never asked that.
I believe it relates more to a simplification effort in regard to the licensing bureau.
I can answer that question.
But maybe Marina's better. Yeah.
Let me answer that for us. So the simplification effort is for the simplification to be a benefit to our customers, the hunters, the people who are purchasing licenses from the department. There has been numerous surveys that the department has done asking people, about their experience when they're buying licenses, when they're trying to hunt in Montana. And over again, the feedback that we've received is that it's too complicated. The regulations are too complicated. The different permit license types are too complicated, and that the whole thing is complicated. Granted, for our hunting public that has been born and raised knowing this system, it does not seem complicated, and it seems like we have a variety of tools that make sense. But for people who are new or from out of state, or just people who, are trying to get into this, it is difficult for them and it is considered complicated. So with that in mind, the effort to simplify was, what are some things the department can do to make it easier for people to understand? Within that of being easier to understand, we also get fewer enforcement errors and just fewer mistakes that people make when they confuse hunting districts, boundaries, or different permit types. So the effort was directed towards being more customer friendly and helping this be easier to understand. Montana is considered to be one of the more complicated states in the lower 48 for hunting regulations.
Thanks, Marina.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Marina. One thing I will note, kind of maybe back, in the change from unlimited to limited, given what we've prescribed here, probably really won't make any difference in regard to buck to doe ratios, given we're going to be offering the same level of opportunity pretty much. I would expect to see, fairly, we did drop licenses or, permits a little bit. So we might see a small bump in buck to doe ratios, but I wouldn't expect any real significant difference or anything like that. So. Any other questions?
Adam, I'm not seeing anything else at this point.
Alrighty. This one is actually affects 390, 391, and 393. We're looking at removing an antlerless elk B license, the 389-00. In regard to 390 and 393, and we'll touch on 390 here in a minute, we basically replaced that 389 license with the 397 elk B license. However, in regard to 391, that 389 basically provided a shoulder season opportunity on the south end of Hunting District 391 in the area south of Duck Creek. By eliminating that elk B license, that will result in the shoulder season being eliminated in Hunting District 391. Elk numbers are pretty much, I'm expecting that when we do our winter survey, that elk numbers will be at or pretty much at an objective in 391. We've just been slightly above that the last couple of years and everything like that. So I didn't feel shoulder season was warranted anymore in Hunting District 391. And I will we'll cover 390 first and then jump back to 391. But I don't know if anybody has any questions related to this specific proposal or not.
Not seeing any hands.
All righty. Again, we already touched on this one, but this kind of shows you the map that would be the updated map. Again, we just changed the boundary district. We took out that southeast portion of 380 between the Missouri River and Highway 287 and just added that to 390 or whatever. So that map kind of down in the corner shows you what the new districts would look like and everything like that. So, and I think we've already covered that, so we can probably move on. Regard to proposals for 390, we're again, similar to 393, we're looking at adding the elk B license. That's the 39700. That would be unlimited, one per hunter. Again, would be valid on private lands only from August 15th to the day before archery season. As Michael mentioned, for 393, that's the, to try to put pressure on elk that are on private land on that time of the year, while also taking into consideration archery hunting opportunity on nearby public land, not wanting to displace those elk from public land prior to the start of the general archery season. Then that license would not be valid on U.S. Forest Service lands during the general archery and rifle seasons, and during the shoulder season that would run to February 15th. And again, that's to try to focus harvest pressure on elk on private land. Where the concern is. The concern is we have too many elk on private land. Again, we actually want to try to encourage as much elk use on Forest Service land as possible. We don't want to, especially during the winter season, we don't want to displace them from from Forest Service winter range and then just thereby adding more pressure on private land. And again, that B license would be valid in hunting districts 309, 311, 312, and 393 in addition to 390. And then we would add back an antlerless elk opportunity on a general license that would be valid the day after the general season. It would run to February 15th, and again, not valid on U.S. Forest Service lands. The general season structure in 390 already is brow tine bull antlerless during the general season and everything, like say. So we just add that general antlerless elk opportunity during the shoulder season. And again, the elk season structure in 390 would match that of hunting districts 312 and 393. As Michael mentioned, those three hunting districts are all part of the Bridger Elk Management Unit, which is well over objective. So by having similar regulations across those three districts, our hope is we can do a better job of managing the overall elk EMU elk population. Any question related to 390?
Not seeing any hands.
All righty. 391, I already touched on, we're eliminating the shoulder season by getting rid of that 389 license. The only other thing is we're looking to remove the either sex general license opportunity during archery and general seasons for the youth and permit to hunt from vehicle hunters. One of the reasons we're looking at doing that is to make it consistent across the entire Big Belt mountain range. The big belts are split between Region 3 and Region 4. The Region 4 hunting district 446 has no youth or permit to hunt from vehicle opportunities. So we just want to kind of develop consistency across the entire Big Belt mountains. And you'll see the same reason, we're also doing away with a similar license in 392, but in 391 in particular, some background. We've already kind of have some limitations already on that youth and the permit to hunt from vehicles license holders because due to significant issues with elk distribution in 391, we have lots of elk in hunting district, but very, very few elk on national forest lands. So we currently do not allow any antlerless elk harvest on national forest land in 391. We do allow, it is open to brow tine bull antlerless elk already for everybody off national forest and everything. So again, just given trying to simplify regulations and make them consistent across the entire national forest, we're proposing to do away with those. And then also we're looking at changing the restriction for the elk B license. That license has been the last couple of years was only valid north of Duck Creek, not and was not valid on national forest lands. It would continue to be not valid on national forest lands, again, just because of the elk significant elk distribution in the hunting district. And so we're removing that Duck Creek boundary limitation. So it would be valid anywhere in the hunting district off national forest land. And then since we're expanding the area where it's valid south of Duck Creek, we're looking at adjusting the quota from 100 to 175 on that. So any questions on 391?
All right, no hands that I see.
All righty, 392, similar. We're removing either sex general license opportunity. In this case, it's only been valid during the archery season. We removed the general license opportunity a couple of years ago as we're just because of the amount of youth harvest we were getting. It was our elk numbers in 392, unlike most other places, were actually well below objective in that hunting district, and the youth harvest was just having too much of an impact. So we removed that opportunity during the general season already a couple of years ago. And again, just trying to make it consistent across the entire big belts. We're looking at removing that archery opportunity also. In regard to the mule deer for 392, this is going to be similar to the discussion we just had in regard to 380. Same reasoning here. Once again, we were directed to do away with, or try to simplify things by doing away with the unlimited permit, changing them to mule deer permits. And Marina kind of gave a great explanation on stuff related to that. So in regard to 392, we're proposing the change that unlimited to a limited permit with a quota of 500. And again, similar to 380, we would try to match the current level of opportunity there. We made a significant boundary change in between 391 and 392 back in 2016. And since then, the number of unlimited permits in 392 is averaged like right around 534. So again, even though we're going to try to offer the same level of hunting opportunity, we're just going from unlimited to limited and everything like that. And again, would expect that we really probably won't see a significant difference in buck to doe ratios or anything like that, given we're hoping to offer the same level of opportunity. And then the other change we're proposing is to increase the quota for mule deer B licenses. That's the 39201 B license, just looking at bumping that quota up from 75 to 100. And that license is valid everywhere in the hunting district and everything. 392 is by and large mostly Forest Service. There is a little bit of private land, but like I say, most of the hunting district is national forest land. So any questions in regard to 392?
All right, seeing none. Any closing remarks, Adam?
Just encourage folks, not only comment if you're opposed to a proposal, but also if you are in support of it. We encourage folks to also to comment if you're in support of proposals. And again, like everybody else, if anybody's got any additional questions, feel free to reach out with me. Always happy to visit with folks on stuff. So.
Okay, thanks, Adam. So we're going to move through the rest of these proposals for the region by biologist. Marina, anything you'd like to add on that?
You said it. Let's keep going.
All right. So here's a region-wide map of antelope districts. Anything biologists would like to add on this part right here? If not, I'll move on to 311.
This is mine. Little strange thumb that was sticking out is a little incongruity. We have a whole bunch of great new information from our research division studying pronghorn in the Madison, and the 360 pronghorn don't go up there. And so for one, biology, and for two, making common boundaries for hunting districts between species is one of our guidelines. This proposal does both. Any questions or comments, or any questions?
Julie, I'm not seeing any.
Okay, the next one. And this one is the other side of that little thumb, but also an extension that is not biologically based. It's just simplification based. The extension of the district to the east encompasses a whole bunch of terrain that isn't actually pronghorn habitat, but it simplifies boundaries and it makes the boundaries common with other species. One of the things we were directed to do is remove the 360-30 second opportunity bee license. Oh, Pat Flowers, I know you're on the call. I know this is one of your favorite tags. I'm sorry, but this is right now pronghorn numbers are low enough anyway. In the future, if we need to look at how to manage these does. But right now, to comply with direction, we're going to remove that license. It was only at 50 right now because the population was low. So it's not a high number of licenses right now. It has been high in the past, and we'll see where the population goes. And we'll have to figure out how to handle population management with another tool at that point. Any questions?
Senator Flowers, I saw you unmuted yourself. Do you have a question on this one?
Not really. I respect your biological opinion on this, Julie, and I can deal with no deep B tag there. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking that one for the team.
Okay, 321 and 330. Let's see, Dean, are you still on?
I am, Morgan. So hunting districts 321 and 330. A proposal to combine the two into one district. Like elk and deer, there's a lot of migratory antelope that cross that boundary during all seasons, moving between summer and winter ranges. So the proposal would be to manage it at the population home range scale, allow hunters to hunt both sides of the line. Would look to maintain the two license types that existed, which were an either sex license and a doe fawn license, each of which would have its own quota and quota range that we could adjust annually. And in terms of quotas for this, we would be evaluating quotas prior to next hunting season. So I'd hold off until this winter and we get survey done next summer to make a final recommendation for those quotas prior to the next hunting season.
Thanks, Dean. I'm not seeing any hands or questions on this one.
Okay.
Okay, this one is mine. 340 is unit in the Livingston area, the West Boulder. This is a change in name only, renaming 340 to be 317. And this would match with part of the deer and elk districts that it overlaps. And it also makes the number 340 available for use in Vanna's area, and that's the next slide.
Yep, as Michael said, if he gives up 340 over in the Boulder, then I could change Antelope Hunting District 341, which is the same boundary as Deer and Elk District 340. I could change that name to 340. So all three species will have the same hunting district name.
Thanks, Vanna and Michael. I'm not seeing any questions on those.
And then I'll take as well. This is a piggyback on that proposal that you saw earlier with deer and elk combining hunting districts 350 and 370. That proposal would extend to antelope as well. As I mentioned earlier, I have been receiving some comments that if these two hunting districts are combined for antelope, that I'm going to lose some of the desired harvest on the 370 side where access is a little bit more hard to come by. Questions on that? Okay, thank you.
All right, 388.
Yes, this is up in the Helena area. This is the Helena Valley. The proposal is to eliminate the 388-30 Dauphin license, which is currently offered through a drawing. We would continue to offer the Dauphin license that isn't through a drawing. It's offered to either sex license holders. Any questions on this one?
I'm not seeing any. Okay. That's it for antelope. Okay, moving into proposals for moose. Here's the regional map of moose hunting districts. Anybody else just want to point anything out on this particular map? Okay, if not, we'll go into 308, 309, and 360.
The next few proposals, and just for a bit of background for the audience, when I came to this position, we'd had a long history of excellent moose numbers in the Gallatin and Madison, and I inherited 13 moose districts that overlapped the 7 deer and elk districts that I'd had. But my predecessor had seen moose declines, as have I. And again, that would be a subject for another day to really go in to all of that. But rather than have 13 districts, some of which would be closed, some of which would have 1 license and not be able to answer questions of what the moose population is in one of those small districts. Ever since I've been here about 15 years, I guess 12 in this position, I've been combining moose districts. You know, that 310 there used to be 3 districts, for example, and I've been learning that it increases hunter harvest success because what I'm doing is having a few licenses in a bigger area, and then I've got more than 1 hunter on the ground to talk to. In most areas, 310 just has 1. It's a pretty good area for moose, as many of you know. But I can infer more information from success rates, and it's improved hunter success rates, which is one of the major ways we manage moose in this area. So I took advantage of this simplification effort because one of the guidelines is bigger districts. One of the guidelines is use common boundaries between deer and elk. And so I rolled with that. And what you're seeing here is Old Moose District 308 and Big Sky is getting fragmented along the new lines. So if the deer and elk proposals don't go through, what I'd need to do is make the moose proposals fit current deer and elk. But if this is fitting proposed deer and elk, so that the boundaries align between the species, one of the goals of regulation simplification. Moose 360 will be the same as deer's elk 360. Now on the whole, in all of these proposals that you're going to see in the next couple slides, I've tried to keep the same number of tags, but one area I had to reduce the number of tags is District 360. So you guys see in the bottom there, that District 309, that's Beaver Creek country, north of Hebgen Lake there. Used to be a substantial moose population in there, but I got to tell you guys, the last 3 years, there was only 1 or 2 moose taken out of there. It on 3 licenses offered every year. The moose population dropped fairly precipitously, and so what I've had to do is look at what success rates have been in 309 and 360. And the part of 308 that's going to go into it, and try to calculate as best I can the best quota to start with. So before I take questions, if we can show the next slide, please, Morgan, because these all relate. So a lot of these moose tag districts had administrative license numbers like the 39850, which was good in 308 bundled with 313, et cetera. So what we're going to do is get rid of these administrative licenses and just name them the same as the district. So move to 1 more slide, please. Yep. So yep, portions of 308 are going to go into 310. I'm going to keep 1 license in there, but you guys can talk me into adding another. Moose are doing pretty well in there, and I've got my eye on them. Part of 308 is going to go into 360. Part of 308 is going to go into new Moose 311, which we'll talk about in just a second. So I think that this is a good place to stop. Does anybody have any questions on the kind of South Madison, Taylor Fork, Moose districts?
Julie, I'm not seeing any raised hands or comments.
Great. Next slide then. All right, so now let's look at the north half where I've made some changes. This is just a nomenclature and it's gonna hopefully make things simple. What was Moose 311 is over Deer and Elk 301. What was Moose 313 is over Deer and Elk 311. So I wanted to make Moose 311 closer to Deer and Elk 311. So I switched their names. It's going to be confusing for a minute, but hopefully in the long run, if hunting districts have the same names, hopefully that'll be good for hunters. Of course, the Deer and Elk proposal has to divide 311, but that's okay. At least we're closer. The other thing you're seeing on this slide, and this bridges into what Michael's going to talk about next, is Moose District 311, which is overlapping with Deer and Elk 301, touches Moose District 315. Moose District 315 spreads into District 314. And what we're going to do is get rid of 315. There were 2 licenses in it, split the licenses, put 1 in new 313 and 1 of those licenses in 314. So we're just adding to the quotas that we already have. And the goal there is, again, simplification. We've gotten rid of a hunting district. We've aligned with Deer and Elk boundaries and following the biology of moose harvest the best we can. And honestly, on this side, this 313, the new 313 district that will contain the portion of 315, those moose move across that kind of South Bozeman Hills all the time. I think it better biologically describes where the moose go. I think we can go one more slide on this one, if I'm right. Yep, this is the second half of exactly that proposal. So I'm kind of getting into Michael's territory there. So Michael, do you have anything to add?
I don't think so. I think you've covered it pretty well. Essentially, this would make the expanded Moose 314 the same as Deer and Elk 314. And there would be no net change in the number of tags available. They would just be split between these 2 new districts. I think that's it.
All right, thanks, Julie and Michael. I'm not seeing any questions or raised hands. We can move to 313 and 320.
Is this you, Julie? Or
Oh, yeah, Dean, I'm sorry. I should have started this. It was 320 is Dean's. That's the tobacco roots. This boundary change aligns with the proposed Deer and Elk change in Hunting District 311. That portion in the Sappington Bridge area. So this is just to align the hunting districts with Deer and Elk districts. No quota changes. Again, that removed 39850 license is just removing the administrative number, and it'll be a 311 license. Did you have anything to add, Dean?
no, you explained the 320 portion well. Thanks, Julie.
All right, thanks, Julie and Dean. I am not seeing any raised hands on this one. More on 320.
A bit of a replicate, but again, removing that northeast portion of the district and proposing to align the moose hunting district with the proposed deer elk hunting district. And it would remain titled 320. Not right now proposing any changes to the quotas as a result of this. Looking to maintain an antler quota of 4 and an antlerless quota of 3 for the time being.
Thanks, Dean. Not seeing any questions.
So there's two proposed combinations here. The first would be proposing the combined existing moose hunting districts 330 and 331 into a district. That particular proposal would reduce the number of districts from 2 to 1 and align those districts to include the Ruby watershed and the western portion of the Madison watershed. And then proposing the combined districts 332 and 333, that would enlarge the district to include the Blacktail Deer Creek and the western portions of the Red Rock watershed. Within this, proposing to not make any changes to Moose Hunting District 334. That district encompasses a localized population of moose that concentrates on a winter range and a year-round range for a portion of those moose on the Red Rocks Refuge. The district and the hunting season is a partnership with the refuge. I don't think we would want to make any changes to that district. In terms of proposed quotas for each of those combined districts, I'd propose combining the antlered and antlerless quotas, existing quotas from each district. So initially there would be no net gain or loss in quotas. I do have several moose population trend surveys that I do aerially as conditions and aircraft availability allows throughout that landscape. We would maintain the ability to monitor population response to these changes if there were to be any.
Thanks, Dean. Not seeing any questions here. Anything to add on 332 and 33?
No.
Okay. All right. On to bighorn sheep.
Yeah, this is just to align the 380 bighorn sheep district with the proposed new deer and elk 380 district. If there's any questions or anything.
Thanks, Adam. Not seeing any on this one. On to mountain goat.
Okay, this one's mine. This actually is a within quota range adjustment. I just put it into the season setting thing because we can be transparent with it. I was preparing it after my summertime survey, several surveys in a row in the Spanish Peaks. There's still a lot of goats in the Spanish Peaks, but I've got to be able to justify the harvest rate. And I got to tell you, my counts have been going down. And so I'm trying to be conservative with this, but I try to count goats as often as I can. And I always love when I can put more goat tags in there. So this is just a within quota range adjustment based on 2 declining counts from 6 to 4. Any questions?
Thanks, Julie. Not seeing any.
And then this one is to comply with combining regulations, but I think it also reflects goat movements and distributions. There's only 2 goat licenses in each 326 and 327. I think combining them and having 4 goat licenses in there is not going to result in any undue goat harvest in any one particular part of this new bigger district. This bigger district is pretty big wilderness. And I think that it is a combination that we can do to simplify the regulations, make it clearer, and it makes sense for the goats. Does anybody have any questions?
No questions. Okay. On to proposals for mountain lion. Here's the region-wide map. And we'll go into line management units 300, 302, 328, 329.
My apologies, my mic was muted. This is Jesse and Dylan. These are in my area, and there's no change proposed here. We can probably skip over it unless someone has specific questions.
And this one's mine. It's a busy slide, but the gist of it is no change for lions. It's just renaming and redistricting in accordance with the new deer and elk proposals. Although we had to get rid of a portion for deer and elk in District 311, we'd have to introduce a portion for lions. We need to manage lions a little differently. And that east portion of the 301 where you see the asterisk, that's right by Bozeman, and not that one, Morgan, the bigger one. Okay, if you see in orange, it says portion of 301 asterisk. Right there. Yep. We want to manage mountain lions a little more liberally there. It's the South Bozeman interface. Lions tend to get into trouble with people. So we have a liberal license on that. So we have to introduce a portion. But all of the things that I've tried to convey here, just to say there will be no change for lions. We're going to maintain the Spanish Peaks portion that will allow focused lion harvest on top of the very discrete bighorn sheep winter range in the Spanish Peaks. Retain lion quotas throughout the rest of the Madison range, and just, like I say, follow the deer and elk justification. So this slide and the next one are the two that involve that. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Not seeing any questions.
I'll keep going. This one, though, Adam Grove will probably want to discuss it. Adam and Michael and I discussed adding deer and elk 390 into the current line management unit 312 and 393. 16 Mile Creek currently divides them, and it's a place a lot of hound hunters go in that creek. And so they're hunting this dividing line. You want to take over from there, Adam?
Yeah, the only thing I would add, 390 and 391 are currently combined with the new mountain lion monitoring plan for the state. 390 is in the southwest ecoregion, and 391 is in the the west central ecoregion. So I decided to split those into, we're combining 390 with 312 and 393. So we'll basically match what our elk management unit will likely be, or at least a portion of that Bridger elk management unit. And then we'll see the same thing with the 391, 392, with a couple slides down the road here. So.
All right, not seeing any questions at this point. We'll keep on moving.
Yeah, and this is just a map of that new lion management unit. So.
Sorry, had to unmute myself. The only change here is I'm just proposing to increase the quota by 1 cat. We typically do quota adjustments in the spring, but I just took advantage of this opportunity to do it now.
Okay, no questions. We'll keep moving.
Again, in hunting district 320 and the tobacco roots would look to remove the northeast portion of existing deer elk hunting district 333 to have the lion district align with what would be deer elk moose and goat. No proposed change of quota at this point.
Thanks, Dean. No questions. We'll keep moving.
This one is is no change. But in order to preserve the current lion management unit, we will have to decouple the lion boundaries from the deer and elk boundaries here. Or require having a new district, which would be called Hunt District 321 and the west portion of Hunt District 331. But other than that, there's no change.
Thanks, Jesse. We'll move to the next one.
This would be a proposal to combine 2 existing lion management units into one that would align with the proposed deer elk hunting district 322. Proposed quota initially would be to combine the total quota and the female sub quota from the existing LMUs. Would not result in a quota increase at this point.
Thanks, Dean. No questions on this one either.
Again, this is just changed on the mountain lion management unit for 380 to match the proposed deer and elk hunting district. We don't really have any lions down in that portion of 380 that's going to 390, and what few we do will be able to be hunted under the the 390, 312, 393 one we already talked about. So.
Thanks, Adam.
This one's me again. Again, we're looking at combining hunting districts 391 and 392. That's into a single lion management unit that will likely match what will likely be the West Big Belts EMU under our new elk plan if we continue to have EMUs. As a result of the change we already talked about with 390 in this proposal, the existing 390, 391 lion management unit would be eliminated, and the overall quota for the entire Big Belts will remain the same. We're just basically reproportioned it between that 391, 392 LMU and the 312, 390, 393 LMU. So I don't know if anybody's got any questions.
All right, still no questions that I'm seeing. We'll keep moving.
And again, that's just the map of the new lion management unit.
Thanks, Adam.
All right, we're going to move on to our statewide proposals. So the first one is for elk, where permits for either sex or brow tine bull antlerless elk will limit the holder to hunting for antlered elk only within the designated or portion of a hunting district for the period identified on the permit. Antlerless elk hunting will not be limited by the permit, and general license may be used to hunt in any open district during dates outside of those identified on the permit. So this is the proposal that we've been referencing throughout the deer and elk proposals at the beginning of our presentation. And what it does is that if you as a hunter were to purchase one of these permits, it would restrict you to hunt in that specific district that the permit is valid for during the dates that it's valid for. So once the dates are over, say it's only archery, then the rest of the season you could use your general license to hunt in a different hunting district where that general license is valid. If you go to the next slide, because that one kind of goes with this one, that we would then unbundle and remove the 900-20 archery only either sex permits in the following hunting districts that I won't read aloud. None of those are in region 3, but they're in other regions and you may have interest in those. And make those hunting districts or combination of hunting districts either general season or unlimited permits. I can take general questions on this, but if you have very specific ones pertaining to those hunting districts in region 4, 5, or 7, we recommend you contact Region 4 Wildlife Manager Corey Locker. Any questions? I see Jerry has a question.
If you wouldn't mind going back a slide. Okay, so if you draw the permit, you have to hunt the permit. You can't hunt anywhere else. But that's only for an antlered animal. It sounds like when I see the first dash there, antlerless elk hunting will not be permitted by permit. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. Will not be limited by the permit. Never mind. It's getting late. So it appears that if I draw the permit, I have to hunt a bull in that area. But if I want to hunt a cow someplace else, I can certainly do that.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. I just want to make sure that's what I'm reading it correctly. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
All right, Marina, I'm not seeing any additional questions on this one.
Oh yes, this slide, apologies for missing it, just describes each of those hunting districts mentioned in the previous slide, whether they would be general license or unlimited permits. And this information is also available online and in this presentation that we sent to the CAC members. So if you have specific questions about the individual hunting districts, I recommend you ask in those regions. And also just for more information, all the regions had this type of meeting that we're having today, and those have been recorded and they're posted online. So you could also, if you were curious, go watch a different region's CAC Zoom meeting, and you would be able to hear them speak about these proposals particular to that region. Next slide, please. So in select over objective elk hunting districts that are mainly in region 4, 5, and 7, maintain the current season structure, but increase the either sex elk firearm permits by 50% as follows. And you have the details in the smaller letters below. I won't subject everyone to my reading. Any questions on this one?
No question I can see.
So add a new unlimited antlerless bee license in elk hunting districts that are greater than 200% above objective. It includes hunting districts in region 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. These licenses would be available over the counter, and they're only valid on private land during any open elk season in those districts through February 15th. Mark, I see you have a question. You're muted.
This to me is a wolf in sheep's clothing in the sense of, I think it's sort of a different spin on the thing that there was a firestorm of response to a few weeks ago. It just seems like what this is doing is it's counterproductive in terms of reducing numbers, and it's really just a bald-faced privatization effort for a few large landowners. It just, it's just a different spin on the thing that was shot down, a few weeks ago that Director Worsich was forced to pull. So I think a lot of people need to be aware of this, and this is going directly toward privatization and commercialization of hunting in Montana.
So that would be an excellent comment to put forth online so that the department and the commission can review it when considering this proposal.
I plan on it.
Thank you. Randy. You're muted.
These last three slides have shown some, I'll call them statewide elk proposals. There were some that were provided to the commission or provided to all of us for comment. And then on December 14th, that night before in their working session, the commission completely junked what they had. And then they came up with what's on these three slides. Is there any background or explanation for how these new proposals were arrived at? They kind of got pulled out of thin air in 10 hours. Does anyone know? Well, I mean, were the biologists included, or was this just another attempt to whatever?
Don't know the specifics of how these were created. I do know that they're kind of in a response to the public outcry from the original proposals that were pulled on December 14th, and these came instead. If anyone has a better description of that, I would appreciate some backup.
Yeah, this is Vanna. These proposals did not come from the regions. So you really need to kind of talk to folks in regions 4, 5, 6, and 7 for the specifics, but the proposals didn't generate from the regions.
Thanks, Vanna. That kind of gets to my question of when I've talked to those in the region, they say, well, they didn't come from us. And so I'm trying to figure out, if Helena tells me to talk to the region says they didn't come from us. You know, and I know none of you were probably involved, but I thought maybe someone had some information of how this process worked, because to me right now, in 30 years of being involved in this, it's very confusing how we ended up with something in the course of probably less than 10 hours as the proposal that was going to go out there. And none of the regional people say that they had any input to it.
So one, to add some context to, why the regions are struggling to speak to this, is proposals can come from a variety of places. They can come from the regions, they can come from the director's office, they can come from commissioners themselves, and they can come from the public or different, organizations in the state. So I hope that adds just a little bit of the variety of ways a proposal can arrive, and that's sometimes why it is, we stumble a bit to describe exactly how it came to be when it didn't originate, like for example, in Region 3, we can speak to the ones that.
Thank you.
Well, my opinion, this is Mark Savinsky again. My opinion is once that original proposal got shot down, they were pushing for this commercialization and privatization and favoring, private landowners and that type of thing. And I think once that got shot down, they scrambled to try to come up with some alternatives. And I think we ended up with these 3 nonsensical proposals. That's my opinion.
Marina, Commissioner Barth has his hand up.
Please.
Thanks. I can't offer much more insight except for the fact that at the work session, it was clear that public comment against the original proposal was so strong that they felt it was untenable to even present, and the director wanted to explicitly talk about it at the meeting. Then all I know is that by morning, when we showed up about 8 o'clock for the directors or for the commission meeting, the proposal had been developed overnight, and they were a lot of, or I don't know who, but I know the Helena staff stayed up late trying to come up with another version. So that's the best I can do for you, at least to my knowledge.
Thank you, Commissioner Byorth. Again, if you have comments and opinions, whether you like this, whether you don't like this, we really want to hear those. And I encourage you to submit them online through the website we showed at the beginning of this presentation. Your comments matter and we want to hear them. So thank you. Next slide, please. Moving on to black bears. So this one for Region 3, add a hound hunting season from April 15th to May 31st and hound training season from June 1st to 15th in the following portions. We've got the BMU 300 east of I-15. We've got the BMU 301 east of I-15 and Highway 69, which is deer and elk 380, and then BMU 319 west of the Big Belts and the Bridger Mountains. Morgan, do we have another black bear slide that shows this in a little more detail? I'll just talk about all the Region 3 black bear and then we'll take questions. Add hound hunting season from April 15 to June 15 in BMU 316 with an adjusted eastern edge to follow I-15 from Butte to the Montana-Idaho border. And so part of what we're looking for for comments on the hound hunting proposals is we have a map on the website. Does the next slide show the map? Okay. So this map in blue shows the areas that are being considered for allowing hound hunting as described just in the previous slides. And so if you go back, Morgan, one slide, when we're looking at where to consider having hound hunting, some of the things we're considering here in Region 3 is grizzly bear occupancy and the Endangered Species Act, the definition of take. I just want to go into this briefly because it's come to our attention that many people have their own definitions of what take means. And take, according to the ESA, is to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, basically any interaction that's attempt to, while chasing bears. So taking a grizzly bear doesn't just mean killing it. Chasing one is considered take. So if you go to the next slide, Morgan, what we're looking at is for comments on this map that shows blue. If you like this map, we want to hear those comments. If you don't like this map and you want to see a different version, we want to hear those comments as well. Any questions?
Marina, just to clarify one point, the blue is areas near occupied grizzly bear habitat where hound hunting for black bears would be prohibited, correct?
Yes, thank you for the correction. I misspoke. I will also turn it over to Jeremiah if further clarifications are needed. I see a question from Richard.
Okay, let's try that again. There we go. In addition to grizzly bears, because this goes into May and June, we're also into hiking, mountain biking, horse season. And and the observation that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Every one of those people that are out there have a camera with them on their phone. One maimed dog, one dead cub going viral on the internet could cause a significant amount of damage to our tourist trade, which is our Montana's second biggest industry. And in addition to staying away from grizzly bears, I would urge staying away from any heavily trafficked public trails, any place there's going to be other tourist traffic at that time of year, because it's, in my view, an inappropriate time of year. But that was House Bill 468 that the legislature designated. So I assume we have absolutely no ability to change those dates. We need to keep this activity away from people too.
It's a valid observation, Richard. Please, I encourage you to make that comment online.
I will be doing so. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions?
We have one from Mark Savinsky.
Yeah, my general comment on this is I understand it's legislatively mandated, but this has got to be watched really, really closely because, the season, spring bear hunting, it creates an orphaning situation anyway. And I think hunting with hounds is just going to exacerbate that. You know, I just, you know, this whole idea to me, and it's just my personal opinion, you know, it doesn't really contribute to ethical or fair chase type hunting. And this has to be regularly reevaluated. I just can't believe that the general public would buy into something like this in Montana. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Like Richard, I encourage you to make that comment online.
Plan on it.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Marina, I'm not seeing any others in the chat or raised hands.
All right. I know it's real late, guys, so I'll just keep powering through. I appreciate everyone hanging in there with us. All right. A non-resident Class D4 black bear hound license may be issued to successful applicants valid from March 1st to June 30th that may be used in any open BMU. The total number of non-resident hound licenses is limited by law to not more than 80. What this proposal does is for 40 to go to black bear hunting, so half. No more than 1 in BMU 300, 2 in BMU 301, 3 in 316, and 3 in 319. Questions? Next slide, please. All right, so this one affects the department. Oh, Randy, I see you have a question.
Am I muted?
Nope, but I
Okay.
think we hear you now.
This slide here, I'm wondering if you can give some background about what's driving this elimination of the physical inspection of harvested black bears, considering how many other states who do not retain good data have lost their bear hunting seasons, either their spring bear season, restrictions on fall bear seasons, restrictions on bear seasons in total. Is it that the data that we're getting is of no value, or is there another reason why we would not want to collect this data?
I'll turn this one over to Lori.
Yeah, I can try to comment on that. Thanks for the question, Randy. I'll tell you that this decision was made by the department previous to the passage of the hound hunting legislation. So it was made in a time when we didn't actually have that other opportunity on the landscape. So it has changed the discussion a little bit, but in large part, the decision was made based on capacity of the department. I think Region 1 checks over 700 bears or something like that. So that's a lot of man or person hours to actually handle each of those individual animals. With that said, there's been some support that hunters can collect some of this information on their own. However, that has its own challenges. So without going any further on that, I'll say that it's not that the data doesn't have any utility. We do use it to inform management decisions, but the decision was made some time ago that we can probably get by without the actual physical inspection, assuming we can collect information in these other ways. It's not perfect. And again, that decision was made previous to some of these new scenarios.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Lori, I'm not seeing any additional questions. Marina?
All right, then let's move on.
Sorry, Mark Savinsky, I have a question. It must not have went through or whatever. You know, especially with the hound hunting proposals going on and it's going to proceed, you know, I wouldn't think you would want to suspend the professional handling and physical inspection of these bears, because you're adding a whole new element to, you know, bear hunting seasons. And, you know, you would think that you would want the science to really continue in this respect and have the biologists involved in this whole process. Because you're throwing a whole new curveball or wrinkle into this whole process. And then you're going to eliminate, you know, the physical inspection of harvested black bears. To me, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Thank
So
you.
Mark, I'll just say that there are many biologists within the department that agree with you, but this is the proposal on the table. So we appreciate you just make those comments online for us.
I will be happy to.
Thanks.
And I would like to, this is Vanna, I would like to just add a couple other points to this, that in addition to the tooth age data that we would be relying upon the hunters to pull, part of the inspection also is verifying the sex that the hunter has claimed the bear is. And then also looking for lactating females, which would kind of get into that hound hunting and orphaning of cubs. So just some things to think about.
Thanks, Vanna. All right, mountain lion. So proposal to manage under a straight quota or a hybrid where it is managed under a permit for part of the season. And if the harvest objective for the LMU isn't met by a certain date, the LMU would shift to a quota for the remainder of the season. Also confirm that D4 non-resident hound licenses are included in the proposal, especially as they pertain to the new LMUs. Is there another next slide, please? Oh, go back. Sorry, I thought there was one more. Questions on mountain lion? Commissioner Bauer.
Thanks, Marina. When this one came up, I was baffled, and I guess I still am, whether this hybrid proposal would affect all the other lion quotas that you've already described to us down here in Region 3.
And Lori or Vanna. Adam, help me answer that, please.
Yeah, from my understanding, what was put out by the commission was like Region 3, if we have a quota system, we could maintain that if we desired. Region 2 has a hybrid system. They could maintain that as desired. So it's not a situation where if you're under a quota, you have to switch to a hybrid, or if you're a hybrid, you have to switch to a quota. I think this was mostly directed at Region 1, where they have the limited permits. So I think that the other regions could maintain what they currently have. At least that was my understanding.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
I would just add to that, this is Vanna again, that to what Adam said, we can maintain, but it also is on the table if folks wanted to propose or support Region 3 also going to a hybrid. So I think everything is on the table with this one pretty much.
Thanks, Vanna. We'll move on to upland game bird. The proposal is to extend mountain grouse, pheasant, partridge, and sharp-tailed grouse seasons to the end of January 31st. Currently, they close on January 1st. Jerry.
Any particular reason why this season's been extended? I mean, even when I've hunted birds the 1st of January, I feel a bit guilty that pushing it all the way to the end of January just seems like a bit. And I'm just wondering if there's a reason for it. Pheasants, if we're getting a hard winter, those birds are trying to survive by that time of year. So I'm just wondering what the legitimate reason is for pushing this season out so long.
Gary, this is Vanna again. My understanding is this proposal came from a member of the public who was at the December commission meeting, and it was brought up there. It did not come from FWP.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, man.
You bet.
Mark?
Yeah, to dovetail on Jerry's comment, I mean, is there any sort of scientific basis for this or biological basis for this? And if not, I think it needs to just go out the window. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Mel?
Yeah, thanks. And I will echo those last two
comments. I did submit my comments online earlier this week and some concerns. I was surprised. I received a fair number of unsolicited calls from fellow bird hunters. I'm an officer in a multi-state gun dog club, and in our local Missouri Headwaters Gun Dog Club, and maybe somehow they found out I was on the Citizens Advisory Committee. But I'm surprised how many bird hunters at first say, hey, you know, what's not to like about an extra 4 weeks of hunting season? But when you kind of think about it, boy, you know, we already have a generous 4-month season in Montana. By January, a lot of the cover's been beaten down, particularly if you're looking at prairie birds like sharp-tailed grouse, gray partridge, pheasants, maybe not so much for mountain birds. But some of it's grazed over. In January, it's difficult to access some of the ranch roads. And, you know, much of our bird hunting opportunities depend on private land access. Landowners, you know, they've been dealing with hunters for 4 months already. But I think the biggest sentiment that I got from the people that called me, and I think they care deeply about our game birds, that resource, their habitat. They're going into winter pretty stressed already, that if there's not, as Mark just mentioned, a good, strong scientific reason for extending this, I think most of the Montana resident do-it-yourself type bird hunters are saying, hey, this is really a bad idea. It might be okay if you're coming from out of state and you have an extra 4 weeks to hunt, but for, I think, our resident local hunters, the input that I got from people that called said it's a bad idea. And I just wanted to mention that.
Thanks, Mel. I appreciate you making that comment online. Senator Flowers.
Thank you, Marina. I guess I would just want to follow up on that and just ask the specific question of, I guess, open it up to any biologist. What is at least your professional opinion at this point on the impact of this extension? How dramatic would this affect carryover of those populations into the next season?
The department has determined that it wouldn't cause excessive harm, but I'll turn this question over to our biologists if anyone, perhaps Claire, wants to speak to it.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add other than I think when it comes to the mountain grouse, I think the implications would be minimal. I think very few people would be hunting the forest grouse at that time. I think more when it comes to pheasants, I'm not sure. It would depend on the weather for sure. And certainly, you know, the harsher the weather, the harsher the implications on those birds that have already been hunted for potentially 3 to 4 months. You know, that is a harsh time. And unlike waterfowl are moving with bad weather to warmer conditions, but upland game birds aren't. You know, they're staying in the same fields and they've been hunted hard for 3 to 4 months already. So I think it's sort of more, you know, how hard can these birds be hunted for how long?
Thank you, Claire.
Any other questions?
Marina, Jared has a question in the chat.
Let's see. One guy can get mentioned in extended season for birds and it gets on the list. How does that work? So as I mentioned earlier.
Well, it's kind of a question for Pat, I guess, if he's the commissioner's there. So just one dude shows up and says, I want to do this, and it gets on this list and nobody vets it. Seems odd.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Byron. It was odd, especially in light of the thousands of comments that were brought forward on other proposals that were not acknowledged. This was a single proposal from somebody who hunts out east, you know, in North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas, where winters can be harsh, but the elevation is so much lower. And I think what I gathered from the commissioner who made the motion was he'd like to get it out there for discussion. And I think we've heard loud and clear what the balance of comments are, and I hope we can listen to them. Yeah, it was a little bit shocking to have one comment entered into the sheet and to have that comment get so much weight was out of the ordinary for sure.
Thanks for that explanation, Commissioner Byorth. Any other questions? Again, this is a proposal, as with all of them, but we really encourage you to comment online. You know, we've been hearing a lot about this one, and just because we've heard a lot already doesn't mean we don't want to hear more. So please submit your comments online. Next slide, please, Morgan. Allow use of air rifle as legal means of take of mountain grouse and turkeys during the fall season. Air rifles to take mountain grouse or fall turkeys may be a .177 caliber. You have the details listed there. Any questions on this proposal? Senator Flowers.
Where did this proposal come from?
Does anyone, I don't have the note on where this one came from. Can anyone
Senator
help?
Flowers, as I recall, it was advanced by the I'm not sure which organization, but a Flathead hunter organization proposed this one.
Thank you,
Okay,
Commissioner.
thanks.
All right, moving on.
That's the last one, Marina.
We made it, you guys. It's 9:47 p.m. We may have an opportunity to finish before 10 p.m. If you have any questions on anything we proposed today, or you're thinking about it later and you want to know more, please feel free to reach out to our biologists. You can email them, call them. We're all more than happy to help you understand these proposals. And we really, really, really want your comments. Whether you like them, whether you don't like them, please submit your comments. Positive and negative feedback is welcome and valued. So now that we've reached the end of our season setting proposal, I'd like to turn it over to our CAC Chair, Logan. And we'll have, if he's still on,
Yep.
we have a, okay, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I'm sure at this point in the game, Marina, we're probably all pretty whipped, but is there anything from the CAC members that they'd like to say or do a, not necessarily a round table, but if there's something pertinent that you'd like to say, maybe now's the time. Go ahead, Jared.
I just have one more question, kind of in general, maybe for almost everybody on here. I guess the last question would be, you know, the whole season setting simplification. We keep saying where this came from, and it could come from the director, and it come from here, and it's just like it seems like it's this vacuum of nobody knows where this is coming from, which is really weird to me. But seems like we're not simplifying a whole lot in general. But I would like to know if there's anybody on this call who thinks that the Montana regulations are too complicated. I don't quite understand that. And you know, and maybe I think Randy's on here. He might be able to speak to this. He hunts all over the Western United States, and so do I. Montana, our regulations are not that complicated. Go to Wyoming, go to Utah, go to Arizona, go to Nevada. I think that's a little bit of a falsehood. And just because you get some, you know, it concerns me that one guy said something and we can put, you know, extend the upland bird season. So how many people are really complaining that this is too complicated? I guess I don't know where the backup is for that, or why we think that, and how many people on here have actually put in for other states. Because let me tell you, it can get really complicated. But if you want to do it, you figure it out. And I don't, some of this stuff is good. I think the overlapping of moose and same numbers for districts and stuff. But I'm just curious if anybody really thinks it's that complicated. It's like my final question.
So Jared, I can send you in an email later this week the particular numbers we have on people, like the percentage of people who consider our regulations to be difficult. And I can attest that every day at the front desk here in Region 3, we are helping people walking through how to purchase a license where they want to hunt, and people struggle with it. So I can get that information to you. I just want to put that out there before anyone answers. Also, people who don't understand regulations may feel intimidated to admit that here in a recorded Zoom meeting that's going to be posted online.
Well, they are confusing, but so is this tag's available in the northwest corner of this district. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here that's you're still going to have those people coming and you know, not trying not to be disparaging, but there are a group of people out there that just don't want to figure it out, and it's easier to ask you. So to cater to those people just seems silly to me. But
this is also an effort that started under Director Martha Williams. So we've continued it, and a little with, we've gone gung-ho this season's setting with it, but this was an effort that started with our previous director. So it's not a totally new thing that we're doing this year.
no, I didn't say it was new. I just think if you look into it, everything has its challenges, no matter what state you're hunting in. At some point, people just have to figure it out. But anyway, that's it for me. Thanks.
Hey, Jared, this is Michael. I'd like to speak to something real quick here. We have done some surveys of resident Montana hunters conducted by our research staff and doing some human dimensions work in 2016, 2019, and 2020. And I'd be happy to email you the brief results of that. But essentially, across all the regions, nearly every region in those 3 years, a majority of hunters have said that the regulations are, quote, easy or very easy to understand. So, and I'd be happy to send you the details on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Any of that information I'd love to see. It's nice to see backup and see what people are thinking or actually saying. So yeah, that'd be great.
Thanks, Jared. Randy, did you have more to add to that where Jared mentioned you? Is he muted?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to add to what Jared said. I do hunt and apply in every Western state. And I've read and heard from the director that annually we get 40,000 comments in Montana. And if those comments reflect the same hundreds or maybe even 1,000 emails and comments I get about Montana's system, it's not the regulations that create the problem. It's our licensing system. That the best analogy I can give to our licensing system is if you started building a house in 1970 and you added a room in 1985, and then you put an extra story on in 1993, and then you built a garage in 2004. That's kind of how our licensing system is. It is so confusing to non-residents. It's even somewhat confusing to residents. And as I told the prior director, I think Montana could solve a lot of these complication issues by a better licensing system and licensing structure, rather than sending all of our biologists, all of our other people through some quote unquote simplification effort in the regulations, when it's not the regulations that are driving the confusion. It's the licensing system and how you acquire a license and what types of licenses. That, in my feedback, and I, with all my platforms, I get lots and lots of feedback. And when it comes to Montana, these people are asking questions not about our regulations, because as Jared said, in their own state, to manage properly, there are complex regulations. And Montana is extremely diverse. All of you have a very difficult job to do across the diverse landscapes of species, of habitat types, land ownership patterns. And a one size fits all regulation doesn't work very well to accomplish what we want to do. But I think we're missing the mark by not focusing on the licensing system, which I know is a legislative issue. But some of this is, the department's not going to solve a lot of this through this process we've just went through in the name of simplification. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Paul, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. So early in the evening, discussions about mule deer. And it's clear that there's some differences in different districts with different seasons. And it was pointed out that a need for a comprehensive state management plan for mule deer is probably overdue. And I believe so far that mule deer have kind of lost out a bit, and opportunity seems to be maybe taking priority over protecting the resource. So I'm wondering if it's actually in the works, a comprehensive plan, as there is for elk.
I think they just completed one. Dean, are you there?
Yes, Paul, as Vanna mentioned in her discussion, the department revised the mule deer management plan. And it was adopted by the commission, I believe, 2 commission meetings ago.
Okay.
So the answer is yes, it is a topic of discussion. There is a management plan for mule deer in place, and a complete revision, which was a multi-year process, was just completed a couple months ago.
Thanks, Dean. Was there discussion about the the whole issue of different seasons in different districts and the potential impact on the other districts?
There certainly was throughout that process. The deer management plan speaks to a diversity of season types and structures, whether it's antlerless or antlered, management objectives for different districts, whether the objective is to attempt to restrict harvest and produce more older age class bucks, or allow for a liberal opportunity for people to harvest deer. That spoke to general license versus permit. Within this new revision, we also had to start discussing managing mule deer, knowing that chronic wasting disease is on the landscape. So this updated deer plan does connect to the statewide management plan for chronic wasting disease.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thanks, Paul. Go ahead, Mel.
Well, I just want to say really, really quickly, we are so fortunate in this state as sportsmen and sportswomen to have the resources available to us and the opportunities available. And in a large part, I think it goes to the hard work that the professionals at FWP do, whether it's the game wardens or the biologists or the administration. And it's gone on for years and years. And I just want to say, I know your jobs have a fair amount of political pressure behind them, but keep up the good work. I think it's pretty evident tonight how complicated and how dedicated you are. And I tip my hat to you.
I second that, Mel. Thanks for saying that.
Thank you, Mel.
Anybody else?
We appreciate the compliments. I see the chat saying thank you as well.
Yeah, I just have a comment, Mark Savinsky, to sort of dovetail on Jared. You know, I heard sort of mixed messages tonight about, you know, the combination of districts. You know, I heard some comments that it's based on science and the biology, which is, I think, the way it should go. Other comments I heard, well, we got this directive, you know, from the department, you know, that we have to follow. I don't think that should be the rationale that should be driving this. I think it should be, you know, as Mel just said, the good work of the biologists and the pros and the science that drives whatever decisions are being made, you know, to manage our great resource of wildlife, whether it be big game, fisheries, birds, whatever. And, you know, to dovetail on Mel, I think we are very fortunate to have such good fish and game biologists in this state that really care about our resources. And, you know, politics aside, they need to be able to do their work. So thank you all. And thanks for everybody that participated and get your comments in.
Thanks, Mark. Anybody else from the CAC?
Oh, just want to thank FWP for giving us a little better feel for what the regulations, what the changes were. I've been going through some of them on my spare time, and it's pretty complex. And having come from a federal career, my last part of which was in management, I have had to go through the change for change's sake process more than once, so I feel your pain. Thanks again.
Thanks, Jerry. Anyone else? So I just had one question for Commissioner Byorth. If I write you a letter for a bighorn sheep permit next year, is there a pretty good chance that could get through?
That's a great question. I think I'd get a lot of letters, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
All right, on that jolly note, I think it's nighttime and it's time for everyone to go to bed. So thank you all for joining us tonight. We really appreciate your engagement, your participation, your questions. Please make your comments online. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.